Okay, might as well turn the microphone on here, so hopefully you guys can hear me. Give me a quick thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, Snowman did already, so obviously somebody must be able to hear me, which is good and very happy. Very good. All right, great stuff, guys, and thank you for coming to day 57 of the Icelandic volcano eruption. I am DrFox2000, your host. I'm an amateur geologist as well as a prospector, and typically enjoy messing with volcanoes that have been long gone extinct, mainly kimberlites and stuff like that, to get at the goodies, the gold and older things like opals and fun stuff. Anyway, enough of me. We're looking at the volcano, and right now it's gone quiet, and I'm actually in the process of timing the eruption, and it was at 44 minutes after the hour there that it basically died back out. So we'll see what time it comes back to life, and I'm using the clock that is on the screen, so that should be really cool. Anyway, want to say hi to everyone that's joined us so far. Doina, Fred. I hope I said that right. Doina, Fred. Okay, anyway, welcome. And of course we got Arizona Snowman, our good guy that keeps things clean in here. And thank you for being here. I see Sophie came in. Welcome back, Sophie. Lalia, welcome as well. I'm bad with names, guys, so if I boo-boo, don't mind me. David Taylor, welcome back. Bo, welcome. Very good to have you. Let's see, who else is in here? Sue Hayes, welcome. Sandra, welcome. Lexter Dexter, early today, yes sir, you betcha. I figured since I was so darn late yesterday, I'd be a little bit more prompt and prudent to make sure that we're here on time today, and resolve my other network issue with my other stream. Got a chance to reboot that laptop this morning, and of course there was Windows updates that actually caused the issue again. Anyway, as I was welcoming people, let's see, who else did I miss here? I got Dina, I got Kunkel, welcome back. Glad to have you here. I think we got just about everybody. Gary, I said hi to you up earlier. And I think that's just about it. If I tried, but no Dr. Fox to... oh. Yeah, Sophie, I do apologize for yesterday. It's just work is what it is, and sometimes it goes on later than we want, and we walk into a mess that we don't know what's there. So I do apologize for starting my stream so very late yesterday. It's just, it happens, and not much I can do about it, unfortunately. So anyway, we're all good, and use Win 7. What? That's why I'm still using Win 7. Oh, yeah. I really liked XP, honestly, when that came out, Kunkel. And I mean, I go way back in the computing. The first Windows that I worked on was Windows 2.2, and then Windows 2.3. And man, when Windows 3 came out, holy mackerel, was that ever a blast. Okay, so it goes back. History goes back a little ways. Henrietta, welcome back. Glad to have you here. and nice of you to join us. And I know on the weekends it's a little bit easier for some of the European folk to get in here because it's not quite as late. So I'm very happy that we can do what we can do. Steve Penland, welcome. Nice to have you here. And let's see, did I miss anybody? No, I think I got everybody. Me too, but rather no updates for it anymore. Yeah, the Kunkel, that's right. You don't get updates, and they keep changing things and protocols and causing us all kinds of grief and problems, right? So it is what it is. Yes, another show and another day. And right now she's sitting a little quiet, but I think I may have talked right through my last eruption. And it was at 44, and I'm not sure how many minutes into it was before it changed. Because I was talking, too busy. That's what happens. You get distracted with one thing, then you forget about another running these streams. So, especially if you're the one, pulling all the curtains open and closed and that kind of thing, and trying to keep the soliloquy of verbiage going to keep everyone happy. Grab a shovel, lava wall needs volunteers. Okay, Lexter, we'll get right out there. We've got a few mini backhoes we can send over. They can fly them in with helicopters and then dig out some dirt. But the guys should have really done what I said, was dug a ditch in front of it and then build the berm up. So what happens is that lava would have gone into that ditch and then curl back over as it hit the wall. But that's just my thinking. Anyway, it's all cool. Okay, let's see. What else we got here? Anyway, I'm going to throw back on our multi-view for right now, and we can kind of look at the area and see things are still smoking. If we're looking up at the top right-hand cam, you can see remnants of Bob, and I will actually circle him there. And Bob is pretty much buried. So it's an unfortunate thing, but can I volunteer as a digger? Sophie, you're more than welcome to. Anyway, yeah, looking at that, that's pretty cool that poor Bob is going by the wayside. And I was looking back at the day one footage, and that was so neat and so new and so innocent. And now we look at this big behemoth sitting there and go, wow, and we thought Bob was growing as a big boy. But this Ragnarok really took over. All right, no, this is not DrFox2000 time. What is going on here? Smoking Joking, welcome. And no, this is not DrFox2000 time yet. He's going to start in about 5 minutes. So this is his evil twin clone. The clone is running the show right now. So we're all good. Welcome back, Nigel. Great to have you on board, and good afternoon to you as well. And it is actually still morning here where I am for another 5 minutes. So pretty cool. And I like it. Anyway, let's see. I was talking about, it's the pre-show show. I guess, for lack of better words. Anyway, circled in green was Bob, and Bob, well, of course, we're going to have to probably say goodbye to him soon if this thing keeps going and doing what it's doing. So, time in Netherlands, 1956. Okay, Sandra, That's cool. 1956. So then probably, yeah, 7:56 p.m. Very good. Daryl, did we see a Daryl come in here? Sophie, Daryl, no, okay. On that, I was gonna zoom in on that. Hang on, let me get the right camera up here, and we'll see if that. I moved them around here, so I have to rethink of what I'm doing. Okay, we'll have a little bigger look at it. Okay, so you were looking at, David, you were saying, is that a split in the ground this side of Bob on the ground cam too? Okay. Okay, this thing here is definitely a crack. So yeah, that definitely looks like a crack of some sort. And we'll point the arrow to it. Oh, those guys got to turn their frame rate back just a little. That's what's causing that distortion on the camera. But okay, never mind. Anyway, that's yeah, I'm kind of wondering. Dodo. Do. Yeah, Bob has gone by the way of the dodos, pretty much. Anyway, that, yeah, it wasn't there. No, it wasn't. It sure as heck wasn't. And the other thing I noticed is we now have here this is a hill that's developed in here, and you can see it's actually sloping a fair amount, and that's from all the spillage. So, and even in front here, so that area is built up, and I think you know, this is what's going to basically bury Bob, at least on this side. So we're probably going to see it something like that, and we'll just have a little mound there. Now it depends on how much ejecta it keeps throwing out, because what I'm seeing here is a fair buildup already. So depends on the veracity and the distance that the lava gets thrown. So it's going to be cool, going to be interesting. Ray Scott, welcome. Let's see, KC is here as well. Welcome. Let's see, did I miss anyone? Sneaking in. No, I don't think so. But if I did miss you, I'm going to say welcome anyway. And we've actually started early here, so I'm going to wait for the official time and do the official intro and all that nice stuff. So, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that is very interesting to note that this crack that's here. So, kind of makes a guy wonder what you know, what forces are being pushed around there. So that crack. I was also looking at this area over here, and remember how that side used to slope down quite a bit, and there was very little lava in there. And as I was saying, this front area was filling up, right? And it has really filled up. And then of course this is newer stuff on this side, on the right side. So that has flowed back around and come into it again, which is pretty cool. Lava tube collapse, very possible, or just cooling and splitting, because that's what it'll do when it cools off, contracts, and it will split open. So plus, you know, underlying pressure may be helping it split. The pool is getting bigger and bigger and deeper. Yes, slowly and but surely it is indeed. So let's see where I was going to slide it back to. this camera here. So when we're looking here, the height is what I was looking at. Whoa, that's not locked down. Sorry, guys. The height is what I was looking at, and kind of making me go, It doesn't really look like it got any bigger from yesterday, but it is definitely still taller than Theater Hill, so that's pretty cool. Did you take a look at that site I shared last evening? No, actually I didn't get much sightseeing done here. I watched a few things, but I didn't get to that one, Nigel. I'll have to try. I was trying to mess around with getting the other computer back up and running, and that took a lot of time this morning. Yeah, there needs to be more time in the world. I need to become a time lord. I better organize my time. But I don't have time to organize my time. Okay. Let's see. Something I was going to comment on. We see a lot more smoke happening. The smoke from the eruption earlier seemed to be of a darker color again, rather than the very white Doctor Who, the very, very white that we had in the last couple of days when we were having our higher ejections. So I'm thinking that we may have been getting water in there somewhere, but not necessarily. We're not 100% sure if that's what would have caused it, or we just got a bunch of clean material, and something in there was reacting, and of course off-gassing in white. Very, very hard to tell. But the fact that it creates a cloud rather than vaporizes tells you that there's more to it than just water vapor. So that's something to consider, right? When you're looking at the clouds or the exhaust from the plume. And it's erupting again, doing a fine job. And there goes that plume again. And yeah, you can notice it looks a little darker today. So let's see if we can't get a little bit closer up here. There we go. Maybe you can, maybe I can help you out with time.com for small fee. I'll investigate that later on, smoking joking, okay? whenappforyou.com. Okay, I'll scribble that down. Seriously. Make sure I spell it right. Okay, I'll have a look at that later, smoking joking, so all cool. And by the way, I got a prank phone call yesterday, and I never mentioned that, sorry, not yesterday, day before yesterday, in the evening for a Chinese food delivery company. And the guy that was doing the prank phone call, and this was actually a paid service, so somebody actually got these guys to call me to try to prank me. Anyway, this guy was saying he's got Chinese food, and I was supposed to be picking it up at his restaurant. And I don't want to sound weird, but I put on a pretty good Chinese accent when when he started going, because his accent, you could clearly tell he was pushing it. He didn't sound completely Chinese. And anyway, so I actually made the prankster crack up and laugh. So I thought it was pretty good. And then, of course, they played it back, and they said, "You made us laugh." You know, so I thought, okay, that's pretty cool. So I pranked the pranksters. Gotta love it. Anyway, I won't do my Chinese accent on here, so you know, I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't want to. I'll see if I can maybe record something down the road. But it was fun, and the like I say, the prankster. He lost it. He had to start laughing at the stuff. I was, you know, every time he tried to argue with me about me not picking up my order, and I let him have it. Anyway, it was lots of fun. So, you know, I think they probably weren't expecting that kind of a reaction, but it's all good. Anyway, we've got a little bit of sunlight on our volcano from the backside, so that's pretty cool. Glad we can see it there. And I was thinking of making that picture a little bit bigger so we can see, well, whilst we got sunshine. And, you know, when you're looking down right in the front, we said that one crack, but if you're, ooh, why is my crayons not working again? Maybe I wasn't clicked on it. There's another crack that just developed. And that wasn't there 5 minutes ago when we looked at this. We looked at this crack here, and the one that the arrows pointed to was not there. So, yeah, something is cooling off or heating up. Yeah, that was all right, David. It did make my day. Does that? Well, it's starting to crack. You know, Dina, I don't think that wall is going to come down. It's pretty thick. And you're talking about the top upper portion here. That's very, very thick. So, see, if we had a better angle, you could see how that cone actually is on the backside here. The angle is similar to what we have here. Okay, so once you get the further up you get, you know, you're getting thinner, but you still have a lot of kind of meat on the triangle. So for something to break off, and I'm kind of making reference to that point over here, is still going to be kind of iffy. It does need to be really, really hot, and a massive amount of lava or ejecta pushing against it to loosen it up. And it needs to do that several times to really break it. So right now the veracity of the eruptions have been a little bit tamer, although the volume is still definitely there, because especially in our cam 1 view, when you I should go to that one, when you see the width of the lava that is flowing out, it really does kind of make you wonder, well, you know, it doesn't look like it's going as high, but it sure is a wider river coming out of there every time it erupts. And which looks like it's gonna perk up right away here. So we'll leave it here for a second. Thumbs up. Thanks, James Gype, and welcome. Maybe something new will open. You know, that's the thing. We never know. Things can change very quickly, and then, you know, it may move it somewhere else. Bob might start back up. We don't know. There's all kinds of good things there. So just have to keep on top of it and keep watching. And anyway, you see how wide that flow is out of there. So, you know, from there to here, roughly, that's probably 4 or 5 meters wide. You know, 15, 20 feet. And that lava is just a pouring. So, you know, for it to keep up that 12 to 13 cubic meters per second, that's a lot of flow. And it is just going like crazy. But I was noticing the darkness of the clouds up here. You know, part of it is the shading, but the material, it looks like it's a little bit more of a reddish color than it was before. So not the good steam that we had the other day. So and Mona Lisa is here. Okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, so it's hard to get contact of scale without a decent reference. What are you trying to, get the scale? Yeah, when you're looking at that opening, then that's exactly it. It's hard to tell, you know, what everything is like here. But we did have those diagrams that kind of, I'll have to find them, that showed what we had previously in there. How like the width and height of the actual dome. Let me see if I can split that up and find that real quick. Means there's some other elements that are in the mix. You know, like with the wider smoke, sometimes it's fairly clean burning material. There's not so many different elements in there. The silica and the iron, typically, if you know, they're flowing and there's not that much other garbage in there, it'll burn fairly clean, and you know, a certain amount of moisture or water can go in there, so it stays clean in that sense. But as soon as it starts changing color, you know, there's something else added to it. And there's all kinds of things that can be in there because we're going through ground that once used to be on the seafloor, right? So deposits of all different types of stuff, you know, and just everything down there could be burning up and shooting back up. Anyway, I'm looking for those maps. I will find them somewhere. Clear that off. Okay. That's not the one. That's not the one. Oh, here it is. So that's the one I want. So when we look at the size comparison, and I'm going to use this football stadium one here, and just as an example, right? So we see, as soon as this switches properly for me, I'm going to scribble on there. But when we're looking at the length in here, I'm trying to figure out which way these lines are going. It's hard to see because it's on a smaller screen here on mine. Oh, they're looking at the height in there, and that height was 49 point something meters. I don't know if that's what it is, but anyway, the area, whoa, I need to lock that if I want to scribble on it. Get my whiteboard going. So anyway, so our opening was somewhere in, oh, it's still not working. What's going on? Oh, I see. Minor technical issues. So across here, right, this is the kind of distance that we're looking at. And if, you know, that's 49 meters, this, mind you, this is a few days ago already, so it's grown a whole bunch since then. This height would be up somewhere up there. But the opening here, I may have exaggerated it a little bit, maybe about from there to here. So still, that's quite a ways across there. So if, you know, you've got 20 or 30 feet, you know, whatever half a football field width is, maybe a little less than that. So yeah, that's still a good chunk to have a lava flow come out at that rate. So very interesting that way, guys. Anyway, we'll throw back onto the volcano and scene here, and I'm going to try to resize my screen so I can actually see the chat again. What is going on? It's not allowing me to. Oh boy. Too many windows open. I got extra things open that I shouldn't have. There we go. All right, now I can see again. Finally. Oh, who came in? Thomas, welcome. Tallest part of the center is 90 to 100 meters from the Old Valley floor. Okay, Old Valley floor was approximately 200 meters above sea level. And yep, that sounds about right. Thank you, Thomas. Very good. And this thing is shooting up again, which is nice. So I've been at it for about 45 minutes or something since I started streaming, but 15, 16 minutes in. And I do need to take a little quick break, and we'll watch this thing just flow. And keep an eye on the cracks on the top left, or sorry, top right side. I'm wondering if it's going to open more or push over. We definitely can see in here, it looks like it's uplifting something. And this is kind of a boulder being created, so very interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully, yep, smoke. All that smoke in the foreground, though, I don't know why all of a sudden we've got more smoke happening. It's kind of odd. Yes, we were looking at there's the two, right? So we see this guy here, and then we first noticed the upper one here. And I don't know, I'm almost seeing something new right here as well. So could be cooling, I don't know. And it's kind of weird, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. It's interesting. Gases and vapors, vaporized water coming up. Yeah. Yeah, once the water usually comes up as steam, and when you're watching, you can actually see because it actually dissipates in the air fairly quick, whereas the other foreign materials, they will start to create clouds, which is pretty awesome. Is a crack below the green arrow. What were you referring to? Let's hang on. Let's see if I can get this one bigger here. If I got the right screen. Should be this guy here. Okay, so okay, yeah, we're starting to see in this area here, we're starting to see a bunch of little cracks. I see one there. Looks like another one here. Maybe this thing here. So I don't know if there's some movement going on there or what that is. So how much left to the waterfall or lava fall? Well, they put a dam up in front of it. I'm not sure if I'm going to pronounce it. Is it Gurkha? If I said it correctly. And hello and welcome. And yeah, they put a dam up in front of it. So maybe you didn't see that before, but what I'll do is I'll play the video from yesterday, and you can actually see what they were doing. So this is the recorded video from yesterday when they were still working on the earth dam that they've built. So that's their attempt to slow it down. I don't think that it is an attempt to completely stop it forever, but it will act for a little while and slow things down. It zooms in here so you can see into the valley a little bit, and that's where we were hoping to see our lava fall over on the left hand side. And they zoom in a little bit on the earthen dam, and you can see it in this video. It was I don't know if it's 8 meters yet, if they've built it up some more. I know they were down there doing something today, so we know it looks like it is about 4 meters. So it's interesting. Is the crack behind the eruption word on the screen? We'll go back there in a minute, David. I'm not sure if you're watching live or you're a little bit lagged there. Maybe check that. And by the way, for the sake of those people who are watching this stream and happen to be watching it after it's been streamed live, if you're always in a live chat, check up at the top, because it will show you top chat or live chat. I usually put mine on live chat. If it is a replay after the stream has ended, it will say top chat replay, and that should be a good clue for those who are trying to get in there and trying to put in some comments and not realizing that they've boo-booed, and it's actually a replay of the stream. So bear that in mind, and that's not to try to make life hard for anyone. It's just that's what it is. That's the way YouTube works, and hopefully, it's just a little bit of advice to let you know, hey, check and make sure. So glad that's all good. Okay, let's get into this. David said something. Okay, we'll get back to that one soon, David. I just want to let that finish. There we go. And right now is erupting. We'll go to the single screen, and okay, so yeah, you were looking down. I don't know if that's a shadow or if that's a crack in there. That may be a shadow, David. I really don't know for sure if that's the one that you were referring to. You're on live stream. Okay, cool. All right, so let's see. If the dam will not stop the lava, they expect the lava at least to be slowed down to buy time enough, okay, to find a solution for the optic cables. Yes, I guess that would be kind of a little bit of a time saver. And, like once Mother Nature says, hey, we're going to move everything this way, she's going to move it. And that little dam, it's going to stop the leakage, but it's not going to stop the major flow once it comes. And then, of course, it has to go in the Nathaji Valley and fill that up. And at the end of Nathaji, of course, they had the other spot where basically they can block it off. So it's all pretty cool, all very interesting, and we love it. Anyway, I thought I was going to go take a little break here, but I kept on rattling off. Okay, the gorge is the valley. Okay, is very small, and they expected the lava to flow the other side away from the lava fall. That area was a little bit higher in ground, and that would you probably have to raise everything by 4 or 5 meters higher over in that back corner. And I know what the one that you're thinking of. It's more the southeast corner of that area rather than where the lava fall was, which is kind of the southwest, if you will. So that's going to take quite a bit of material to fill up over there. That's if they're trying to buy time, it's definitely working. But we'll see what happens. It's all cool. Kate, let me throw it back onto the 4 view here, and it should be perking up pretty quick. I am going to take my break though, and don't go away, guys. I will be back. If you like the content and you haven't hit that like button yet, you might want to consider that. And also, if you want to see more of these eruption streams, you can also hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. I am your host, DrFox2000, and I will be back in about 5 minutes. Thanks. Okay, I'm back, and welcome. There's some new people in here. Judy Jones, welcome back. Vernon Townsend, welcome back. Glad to have you, Lava Bomb. I don't know if I said hi to you earlier. I did see you sneak in there, and I'm not sure if you were the ones going for the donuts this time, since David didn't even get one yet. Anyway, I think he forgot. I hid them. So we're all good. Watching it on both on the 55-inch screen and the laptop. Oh my God. Okay, well, that is pretty cool. Glad you got it on there, Vern. And yeah, I wish I could see it on a 55-inch screen. That would really make my day. But then I can't see my chat if I make it bigger than what I've got it. Have to see certain things, you know. All the smoke and mirrors behind the scenes here is what it is. So we try hard. Anyway, I was looking at something. Of course, earlier we were looking at the cracks that if you're looking at the top right screen, the one that just went fuzzy on us, you can see some cracks had developed, and it looks like some of the rock is pushing upward in certain spots. But I also wanted to kind of go into this shot here, and I don't know why we're calling it cam 1, but it's not cam 1. Yeah, we'll fix that later. What I was going to mention in here was that we seem to have a lot of lava sitting here that we can actually see is red. Okay, and if we're looking at this, we can see this is starting to glow. So that's telling us that we've got a lava lake forming here, and that is going to eventually go that way, guys, and it should be all right. So we do still see there's kind of a river going along there a little bit, but once it gets a little darker, we should be able to see it a little bit better. But the fact that this area is as bright as it is already, and it's not that dark, tells us that there's a lot of fresh lava sitting there, and it is very hot. So that could be giving things a push, if you will. So pretty cool. Yeah, watching it on a cell phone is all right. That's why I try to zoom in a little bit once in a while and things like that with the other shots. And like a long distance shot like this one on a cell phone looks a little small. So when we do things like little closer up views, it looks better. So it helps you see it on the tiny screen. I'm watching on a big screen through Roku, YouTube, and chatting through my tablet. Cool, Judy. That's technical stuff. The iPhone is tied, but I only use it when walking outside. Okay, cool. Yeah, a lot of people tie things together nowadays. There's all kinds of things, and some of it can be easy, and some of it can be really nightmarish. Trust me on that one. Being a technician for a living, you learn that very quickly. So yeah, looking at the that smoke in the background on the left-hand view there, it really makes me wonder what's actually smoking back there. If we go back to the other shot here, we can see that smoke. Like, I don't know why, but you'd think there's nothing left there for it to burn. So what's causing the smoke, right? And kind of different, kind of interesting. So we'll see. But let's go through these. See if any more cracks came along. And that one, yeah, under the E for eruption. I don't know if that is a crack or if that was just shadowing, but I do still see something there, and the sun's not on it anymore. So it could very well have been something, but we definitely have some more cracks forming here. Looks like there's something right there, and new rubble along here. So I'm wondering if this thing is lifting up a little bit more in that direction. So it's kind of cool to see and watch, and hopefully we can see some more eruptions. So let's get back over to that side and watch the volcano shoot the lava out. Oh, I pushed the button and it didn't turn back on. Silly microphone. Oh, my bad. Sorry, guys. You know, I turn it off if I have to cough or clear my throat or something, and I usually just tap it to turn it back on. But hey, okay, I should be back on now. Okay, I haven't figured out a way to type yet on the TV except going through the web TV. Vernon, if you got a USB port on there, it should be similar to being on full screen on your phone when you have it turned sideways. It should create a text bar down on the bottom left-hand side that you can type into. But if you get a wireless keyboard, it may accept it, it may not. Don't know, but I've tried it with my Samsung, and it did work. So, and that's a 55-inch, so should be close. We'll see what happens. All right, cool. Frank McLeod, welcome. Thomas, could be something similar to what happened when the new vents popped up in the beginning. A lava lake emptied out in front of Bob, and we got uplift and cracks. Yes. Yeah, when well, from what's going on there, like if you remember that aerial photograph, there was that hole right here, and we had the lava flowing down into it. Now we assumed that it was heading out to the southwest in that area, but obviously, you know, the fact that we've got so much rise here, you know, it's couple 3-4 meters uplifting, so something in there is blocked up and pushed it up, right? So the pressure is there, and it's soft enough to go. Very interesting. I have a wireless. Okay, we'll look into that one. Okay, yep. Wasn't worth the what? Got it for the iPad. Decided it wasn't worth it. Okay, cool. Yeah, you might want to plug that in. At least I know it doesn't work on all of them, but it worked on mine. So, and I just used a Logitech keyboard, wireless keyboard, and it seemed to work. So it was cool. I liked it. I wish I could watch it on our TV, but my boyfriend is watching a movie right now. Well, you can always change the channel and say, "Attention, this is an interruption of your most favorite volcano show, and we are now taking over your television." Oh. Yeah, no problem, Vernon. Good luck with that, and hopefully it'll work for you. Um, okay, let's see if we can put it on the multi-view. Yep, steaming everywhere, and I wish it was a little darker. We could really see the lava lake forming there down on the bottom right view. It's going to be interesting, but you know, when we're looking at the view in the, I guess, well, I should do that for now. Why is it not? Oh, it doesn't want to color. Ah, come on. Anyway, okay, so cam 2 here. What I noticed though is that area in the back, I noticed that is higher than what it was before. Okay, and it definitely has increased in height back there where it's smoking. So we are getting a build-up in that area, and it's definitely rising. So pretty cool to see. All right, where's my... Oh my god, this thing is being funny again. All right, clear that. There we go. He's... okay. Lazaro, welcome. Volcanoes weird me out. They're like Earth. Okay, let's... Yeah, they are rebuilding the Earth is what they are doing, or recycling it. So you can call it a recycler. That's basically what volcanoes do. They dump out the new stuff, or recycled material. Yes, and it's going over the backside pretty good too. That is cool. Awesome. Love to see it erupting. Just want to see it, you know, continue. Like rather than being the pulsating kind of thing that it is. And we can talk about that right away again to the basic fluid dynamics of how these geyser-like things are formed. Has the berm yielded yet? No, Brown Warrior, not yet. But the lava lake is starting to build up, so I'm sure that in due time, Mother Nature will apply enough gentle force to push the berm right out of the way. We'll see what happens. I mean, it may push that way and may build up its own little dam inadvertently and cause the flow to go back northeast into Meridalia. You know, so we never know what's going to happen. We're just going to have to keep watching. This is the cool part. Keep watching. So we'll see. Only a matter of time. Yes, it's going to happen, and that is exactly it. It is a matter of time. When will it happen, right? So, let's see. Saucy came in. Welcome. First time I seen you here, so welcome and glad you could join our stream. Let's see. Leba, welcome as well. I hope I said that right. I'm bad with names, so forgive me if it's wrong. But welcome anyway, and I'm glad you guys could join us. For those who don't know, I am DrFox2000, your host, and I'm an amateur geologist, as well as a prospector. Not really into digging in live lava, but more into the hunting for gold and stuff like that, and the old kimberlites of very long dead volcanoes. So, but I love watching lava, so that's why we're doing this streaming, helping people interact a little bit on here, learning about volcanoes some more. And there's always something you learn, every time you look at these things and you see the changes, and you realize, this is very unique, very dynamic, and always kind of a welcome sight in the sense of, watching the earth renew itself, if you will, and definitely create more land mass. So this will continue, and of course, for now, we'll see. I mean, this type of volcano is unpredictable, but it could go for 20 years, or it could shut down tomorrow. Anyway, was going to just pop into the fluid dynamics thing for a minute here, and kind of give you an idea of how it works when you have a geyser-like volcanic eruption. And in this diagram, please substitute the word water with lava or magma. And the thing that says drill hole, you can call that a natural vent in that sense. So going through, basically, you see a gas state in phase 1, phase 2, refilling, reflow, that kind of thing. 3, things are building up again as things filled up, and then you start getting more of a gaseous pressure buildup again, and the cycle basically repeats through the phases, and you get these geyser-like eruptions happening when you get all this gas pushing, and the bubbles in there that have formed will act like a kind of I wouldn't call them an accelerant or anything, but a space for that lava to move into as soon as that has evacuated, and it actually creates a suction to pull up more lava, right? And forcing your ejection a little bit higher. Anyway, that's just basic stuff. Don't want to get too far into that. Pop goes the weasel. Yep, that's about it. It does. And it is very interesting to expansion chambers, yes. And the flow in those chambers, it can change, and it is continuously changing. And this is where the inside of the tube, as things sit or slow down in there, it may turn around and apply a little bit more pressure to one area or another, and that may cause a little bit more of a dent, and it changes the flow pattern, and like the actual dynamics are really twisted out of shape every time you have one of these cycles, if you will, of the filling, or first ejecting, dumping, refilling, and re-ejecting. So I think I said that wrong, but whatever. It's, if you get the idea there. So through the phases anyway, there must be an incredible level of pressure in the eject such heavy material to, yes. And that's the thing. One of the things there, Brown Warrior, is if we go back to that diagram just for a second, if you look at stage 4, okay, why is my scribbler not working on here? Let's try it again. Okay, that should work now. You see those bubbles, right? And they are what really help accelerate this. So once that bubble reaches up to the top, it pops out and it empties that tube. And that's a lot less weight on it then. And what happens is the pressure from underneath will then accelerate the ejecta up further. Once it hits this bubble, that makes it to the top. It kind of repeats the process and it acts like a suction. So that's what gives you your much higher ejecta. So that's kind of what it is. But anyway, let's see if this thing's going to cook for us again here. Why is that one not moving? Where is it? They're out of phase. I got to make sure I'm live on all these things. Things change overnight, you know. The gremlins get in here once in a while. And I don't know. People like messing with things. Yeah, that's live. That's live. And these are... Oh, that's not live. That's why. I knew it. There had to be an all... There. We're back to the smoke. That's what we had before. Okay. I wonder how that got changed by itself. Things that make you go, Gremlins. Going to order Chinese. Anyone need anything? Yeah, I have some dry cleaning. No, never mind. Never mind. I wouldn't mind some. Do they have good wonton soup? Order me a bowl. Only if it's good stuff. I know some of these guys, they have horrible wonton soup. And okay, so Trojan Pony, welcome back. Let's see, did I miss anyone else sneaking in the door here? Glad to see you there, Trojan Pony. Frank McLeod, I think I got you earlier, but welcome anyway. Mary Putney, welcome back. Let's see, did I see anybody else that I missed? All right, I think we're good. If I have missed you, I do apologize, and by all means, welcome, and you can stand up there and throw a lava chunk at me or something if you want. So I'm okay with that. I can still duck pretty good. Back is not quite as sore as it was yesterday, so the Thai box, only if they're using Singapore noodles, Sophie. I don't like those really fat boxes, the fat noodles. I like the skinny ones. Okay, and it is erupting again, and you see on the cam 1 there that the ejecta level is just pouring out of there like crazy, and it's very hard to see where it's actually going right now. So I'm sure in a little bit of time we will get a little bit darker there, since it is what is it, 1857 or just about 7 p.m. So only another 2 or 3 hours till it starts to get dark. Sort of. Oh, maybe the clouds will move over and we can get rid of the sun or something. But we do want the light. And yes, that is actually very, very awesome. Yeah, that smoke in the front seems to be building up. And that's telling me there's lava pushing into it, but like, what's it doing? Is it, tipping stuff, or who knows? It really does look ominous. It's almost like a wall. It's building a wall. Oh, I know. It's a wall as a revenge against the little wall. And it's going to send its big wall all the way over and push right through. But I really hope they do have a plan or some kind of solution for saving their fiber optic cable. That's going to be a tough one. I don't know if they can reroute it somewhere from hill to hill. I think that's almost what they're going to have to do, is they're going to have to mount, like get it out of the ground and mount it on poles in higher spots that the lava won't get to, and get those up on the hills and then string their cable along that. And there are a bunch of places where they can bridge over it, so it should be doable that way. But who knows? I'm not over there, so I don't know. And for those people who are popping in here, I'm DrFox2000, your host. I'm actually located in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, about 4,000 miles away from this wonderful Icelandic eruption. The feeds that we are looking at, the top left one is mbl.is, top right one is ruv.is, bottom left also ruv.is, and bottom right mbl.is. Sunset is at 10:38 tonight. Oh yeah, that sounds about like what it is here. Actually, ours I think is a little earlier than that, but not by much. Last night I think it was. Actually, let me check. I'm gonna just be nosy now because I'm curious. We're looking. Sunset time. Yeah, 9:28 p.m. for us here in Edmonton. So, but we are a little bit further south than you are. Or Iceland is, I should say. So I'm still waiting for my Marsh. Okay. I knew that was. You knew that was a Canadian accent? How'd you know that, eh? Frank, eh? How'd you know it was a Canadian accent, eh? Actually, English is actually my second language, so German is my first. And boy, was it hard learning this English thing. Too many there, and there's, and twos, and two, and two, you know. Plus, you know, the rules they got in the English language. I before E except after C. No. Yeah. I before E except after C. But that's really weird, right? And if you know how to spell weird, you know the pun in that. Dylan, welcome. They are trying to use the wall to block the lava flow, but only places I know where they ever had that success stopping the lava was in Alaska. Okay, yeah. But you know, Dylan, they may just be trying to slow it down a little bit. I don't think, like, if it builds up high enough and all of a sudden we have, you know, say a 20-meter high wall of lava pushing forward, that little 4-meter or 8-meter earth berm, whatever is there, is going to get pushed through. And Mother Nature is just going to say, it's okay, we can go this way. We'll just push, you know, and she's relentless, so she shall continue to do so. Let's see, Trojan Pony, hang on, David Taylor. I'm back as soon as you get, what? As soon as you want the live stream, kick me out, LOL. Not you what? I'm back as soon as you went to the live stream. It kicked me out. Not your fault. What kicked you out? And where'd you get kicked out from? What are you talking about? Sorry, David. earthen banks and water. Okay, back in 73. Thanks, Thomas. I got that. Just reading through the stuff here. Yano Hatan. I'm not sure if I said that right, but welcome. Okay. Oh, you got kicked out of my stream? Oh, how'd you get kicked out of my stream? It shouldn't have kicked you out. Are you suffering from technical difficulties? That's all I can think of it being. Man, that's a nice little eruption right there. Okay, that was a little bigger than the last one, a little higher up. So maybe a sign of things to come, I hope. We'll see. The first volcano was named Bjorn here. Now it's Bob. Our Marius is now named Wolf. And what? And our 7 Sven Bob Jr. Oh, okay. Oh, so we're still waiting for Marius. Marius. Okay, cool. All right. Well, that's interesting. We'll have to look at it. All right, what is going on? Why is the feeds all flashing off? All right, this is weird. They're making the feeds go on and off. Things that make you go, Miss Bob, he's nothing but an anthill next to that one. Yeah, Dylan, that's more or less it. And for those who are fairly new, let's see if I can get on the right screen here. And we'll get Bob. We'll draw on Bob. Show you Bob. Okay, so yeah, in that picture, Bob is actually fairly visible. So when you're looking, you can see Bob here. Okay, and his little cone in his top, and the round side there, and the other part is all buried already. So that used to be Bob. Poor Bob. Oh, I feel bad for Bob. Okay, there. What? Draw on Bob? Sounds like a creepy kids show. Yeah, we're gonna draw on Bob. Bob the lava guy. But I only drew on his cone, okay, so that's okay. New crack on the left of the one I spotted. Left of the one. Left of the one? Or the eye? I'm a-looking. Let's hide that for a second. I'm looking too. Helen B, nice to see you. Thanks for coming in. And rest in peace, Bob. Yeah, Bob is being buried. He's a poor soul. Not much left. But you know, you look at the height difference from here to here. Like, I mean, that's a tremendous amount of difference. Bob looks so tiny. But, oh well. And it really didn't take that long for this Ragnarok monster to build itself as large as it has. But it is not as pretty looking as Bob, I think. It's kind of a rough cone. I wish it would build itself up and look a little better. Let's see. To the left. of the first one. To the left of the first one. Are you talking about right along here? There's kind of a C crack. I don't know if you can see that. Is that the one that you were looking at, David? I don't know if that's the one, but you can kind of see that going around. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that there too. So, but I was also looking at right here, if that was going to grow or progress a little bit, because that definitely is another crack. But we now have smoke coming from there, so that tells us things are still cooking underneath there. So very, very interesting. Yeah, but if you go, you see a faint line going up. Okay. Yeah, you know, there are kind of like squiggles in here, and there's kind of a few of them. And it's hard to say if those are shadows of some sort or actually cracks in here developing because of pressure underneath. So kind of weird. And I just noticed this. You got the two eyes and a smirky mouth. And it's right in the lava, and it's not my drawing. So okay, that might be new cracks there as well. That's part of the same crack. Okay, cool. Move title. What movie title? What about Bob? What about Bob? We could see. Let's put it back in our split screen here so we can see the ejecta. All right, that was one up and at the bottom. Okay, got that. Hello from Cornwall, UK. Adja54, welcome. Thanks for joining our stream. And let's see, did somebody else sneak in? Yeah, Honatan. I think I've seen you before. Maybe just ease up a little bit on those emojis. If we can limit it to maybe 5, that's okay. Please and thank you. Richard Dreyfuss and Bill Murray. What about Bob? Okay. That would be interesting. I think that's kind of cool. You have a nice voice. Why, thank you. I've been told that before, and I look pretty good too. No conceit in my family. I got it all. Kim Lambert, welcome. I didn't see you sneaking in there. I am at an emergency, what? Emergency room for my dog. So chat my, oh dear. I hope your dog's okay, Kim. What happened? Oh boy, oh boy. Don't like to see animals get hurt. I'm an animal lover, guys. You know, it doesn't matter what the animal is. I really don't want to see any animal hurt or suffer. That's why I take care of wild bunnies. Okay, Superdad 0410 from Kettering, UK. Welcome. Oh, she has something stuck in her claw. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, that's that happens. Well, that's fixable, I think. That's fixable. That's better than being struck by a car or something like that, or at least you can deal with something like that. Uh, okay, let's see. Yeah, it's gone quiet on us again. Just gonna pan through here and see. Yeah, we're still getting quite a bit of smoke out in the newly developing lava, the hot lava area there, lake or whatever you want to call it, in the No Name Valley, as it builds up slowly. And we're coming up on hour and 40 minutes, and I think I'm going to take another little bit of a break here, so I will leave it on the quad display. We can see what's going on, and if I miss anything, you guys let me know when I get back. So don't go away, keep an eye on it. I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please consider doing so. Also, if you wanted to watch more of these videos, the streams in the future, you might want to consider the hitting that subscribe button as well. Just bop that little fox down in the bottom right hand corner and click on the subscribe button if you haven't done that. Anyway, I will be back in a few minutes, guys, so stay tuned. Don't go away, and more to come. Planning to run 4 hours today, so we're a good ways to go yet, so don't anybody run away. Okay, everyone, I've turned the microphone back on, of course, and getting back into my lovely stream here. And yeah, I was just going through, we were just talking about poor Bob, and it brings back memories. So let's bring Bob back. And you guys can see poor Bob. And this was back on day one when Bob was just a baby. So now we're showing baby pictures of Bob. Pretty cool. There you go. That's back on day one. And you see how Bob was just a little fella right beside that hill, which is pretty awesome. And I switched things here. I hope that's going to continue. Okay, there it does. Yeah, because if you don't recall, the on the original one, there's actually a hill underneath here, right? This ridge line. So there was actually a natural hill. So, and Bob was on the back side of it. So that was Bob, of course, here, and Junior, which incorporated this little vent here too. So they became one, and that's back in the day. So, and you can see the very unique lava flow that started out way back when, and very cool looking. So I thought I'd throw that out there. Anyway, it brings back memories, right? From way back when, from day one. So that's how it goes. And just to let you guys know, if any of you all want to go back and check on things, we have pretty much we've actually got 55 of the days covered, so out of the 57 days, and it's pretty cool. So if you need to see something, you're always welcome to go back and look at the streams. They're all saved, and they're all on my channel. Okay, I'm just trying to read through some of this stuff. I remember watching it when it was little, way back in the olden times, a couple of months ago. Yes, it was baby Bob, and Bob really has had growth challenges, and unfortunately not very good. Ragnar was not even a gleam in Bob's eye then. Yeah, that's right, Judy. Dylan says, had an exposition while you were gone. The last lava flow increased to, actually the lava flow was at 12.9 cubic meters per second last couple of days here. So it's been up for a little while, Dylan. Definitely. Nice to see that again. Okay, glad you like it, Lava Bomb. One eye rag. Yeah. Okay, David. Or is what? Where is rag on that one? Rag didn't exist. It wasn't even a glimmer or a beam yet. It wasn't even a crack in the ground. It's a long time ago. Mr. Minimum. Okay, welcome. All right. Rising Arizona was a failure. The surveillance officer who monitored the project corrupted covertly by the Russian intelligence and his wife. Okay, I remember seeing something like that. Hank, welcome. Hi, Doctor. What would happen if the lava flowed back into Bob? Probably nothing. Bob is pretty much sealed up. So it's just going to flow around it and basically bury Bob. Bob is going to be buried in lava. that's what's going to happen. So there's no ways around it, unless something happens underneath Bob and Bob decides to reactivate. And these things are never out of line when we say that, but typically what happens is if a crack fills up and solidifies, that material is now filling that crack, and it would have, the lava would have to find a new path, or the magma would have to find a new path through other cracks to try to get out there. And if you recall from last week there, where we had the very large eruption from Ragnarok, the and it spewed out of that hole in the side of Bob Jr. really in the berm, and that was actually very interesting to see. But I think that might have just been some pressure underneath there, and because that other material, those other vents basically closed up and solidified, that it had to find a new path, and that was an easy one to sneak through the cone area there. So that's what I'm thinking. Trying to read through some of this. David Ragnar is directly in front of where Bob. Well, if you're looking... okay, let's go back to that footage again here, if I can figure out where the heck I left it. There it is. Okay, so if you're looking at this footage, Ragnar is right about there. Okay, or there, if you will. Or, hang on, there, maybe, no, hang on. Something like that. It's right there. Right there. Okay, all that scribble on there. My God, that looks like a mess. But yeah, somewhere over in this area is where Ragnarok is located. So, yeah, these are baby pictures of Bob for anyone who's looking. So, Karen, welcome. And let's see, Ragnar's directly in front. Yeah, so that should help you out and explain where that actually is. Okay, so let's get back to our volcano. There it are, and it's smoking a little. Interesting. Okay, Ragnar's giving Bob his 21 gun salute. Yeah. Oh, it's been more than 21 guns already. Some of those very, very high ejecta levels were just raining down tephra and lava, if you will, onto poor Bob. And soon Bob will be buried, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, I get it, as I didn't see from the beginning. Oh, okay, no worries, David. Glad you see it now. So, yeah. So Ragnarok is basically on the side of that hill. Maybe not exactly where I had the arrow pointed, but in that general vicinity. So it's very, very close. Okay. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. And still watching that smoke in the valley there. That's kind of odd that it's smoking as heavily as it is. And you know, usually you need some other new different material in there to try to get it to smoke. So something is changing in there. I don't know if the fresh lava is trying to reignite things, or if we're getting some kind of a chemical reaction. It's interesting nonetheless. Very interesting. Okay. Let's see. Anyway, I'll play that other video here again of the since it's not erupting right now. This was when they were building the Earth Dam, if you will, and you can see the guys down in the bottom down there, and I'll clear that off because that's going to get zoomed in on. And yeah, the wall they built is interesting, but I'm still thinking that you know, when you look over on the right hand side of that, even from yesterday, you can see okay, well, they're going to zoom in right now, so I'm not going to show that, but you can see the falls, and then you can see the Earth Dam right there. So, and we figure that's roughly about 4 meters. So interesting. We'll see how that goes, and if it holds it back. Yeah, it's going to do a little bit for a while, but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I'll clear that off, and you can see our Tonka toys driving around down there. And they truly, from this distance, look like little tiny Tonka toys. And very, very tiny little ants controlling them or walking around by them. Very interesting. Hiosho, welcome back. Glad to have you pop in here. And nice to see you. Scott Hanley is back as well. Good to see you. EC, thank you for popping back in. I didn't see you earlier. Good to have you here. I like my modesty. Okay. I like it too sometimes. It's all fun. Gotta keep happening. Crater number 5. Yes, in the old scenario, that's what they actually called it. But it was a different series of crater, and I don't have those old pictures on here, or diagrams. But I do have them. But they used to call that one number 5, and then once it got split up, then all of a sudden it become N 5N and 5S or O or something. I wasn't sure about that, but because of the 2 vents, and then they had a third one, and then I don't know if anybody updated anything. Because some of the other vents got covered, and then we ended up with new vents actually in the same spot. So whether they still consider them to be the original or a different phase of vent within that system 5, if you will. So, but that's basically what they were calling it, and that gives you a pretty good idea. But yeah, it's you know, looking at those baby pictures of Bob, that kind of makes you look at this and go, wow, the difference in height and the difference in size and girth and Bob that we see on the screen here that's up to its full end, not right when it was a new little baby, right? So it's well above that hill that we seen originally on there, and it makes it actually quite interesting to see how much higher the other side is. Okay, this new one has taken off and is considered to be the next phase. Our daughter was here last month, and then the crater off to the right was active. A crater off to the right. Okay, yeah, last month the crater off to the right was hell, and you can see it there being dormant with a little black dot in there, just to point to it, and that is right there. So and that was for the old, I guess, Nordic goddess of hell, or whatever she was. So yeah, that was, and things, but that wasn't 5. That, I think that was no, sorry, that's Sif. My bad. That's Sif. Hey, I got my phone ringing for some reason. Maybe it's another prank call. Give me a sec, guys. I'll find out what's going on. Be right back. Well, that was no fun. Picked up the phone and they hung up. I don't know why they do that. Telephone solicitors, likely. Anyway, we'll clear off the screen here. So, yeah, it's very interesting. Let's see, the new one has taken off and is considered in the next. Yeah, okay, got that. I thought it was my phone. Oh, Eddie, go answer your phone. And welcome. Yeah, it's weird when you have everybody's got the same sounds coming out of their phones. You know, I was at the airport a couple months back, and all of a sudden I hear a phone ringing, and I thought, okay, is it mine? I checked mine, going, well, it's not ringing. Why? And you know, like there's 4 other people standing around there, so it's like, holy Batman. Everybody's checking things, right? So very interesting. It's probably Fart TV trying to get disrupt your channel. Yeah, it could be. I don't know, but so far they're not doing a good job today. Everything seems to be fairly smooth, and we appreciate that. So just hoping it's going to get a little darker soon. Somebody move those clouds over a bit so we get the sunshine out of there and let the lava glow some more. I can get a new automobile warranty. Oh, okay. New automobile warranty. That's interesting. Maria, welcome back. And yeah, my back is better today. And yeah, I slept okay. Got up a couple times, but it was all right. Today's better, so not too panicky, not worried. Still good looking, so you know it's all good. Anyway, we're all good here. Nice to see that thing erupting. I wish it'd shoot out a little bit more yet, though. Although the volume and the size of that thing, that's a lot of lava in there, guys. That is one heck of a lot of lava. Telephone sales, yep, there's a lot of those guys. David, the biggest one, I don't know if you guys are familiar with, up here in Canada, our buildings, apartment blocks are typically heated by, it's not steam heat, but hot water heating systems, right? And there's a boiler in the boiler room downstairs, and that's how they generate heat for the building for us in our individual suites. So we never touch the boiler. We never see it. It's all included in the rent and everything. And we don't pay no never mind to it, right? Because the good landlord takes care of that. Anyway, I keep getting phone solicitors phoning, wanting to sell me furnace or duct cleaning. Okay, furnace duct cleaning. So first off, they some of them don't know what to say, and I usually trip them up real quick. And I said, okay, you want to clean my ducts? And I said, well, which one of my ducts? You know, I don't think they like being cleaned. Every time you guys come, you rip the feathers right out. You know, and like some of these guys just don't understand what I'm talking about. And I hate to say it, but some of them don't even speak English well enough. They're reading from a script, and they only know how to respond to a script. So it is very, very interesting. I live in Scotland, and the most annoying ones is the Canadian online pharmacy, always trying to sell me Viagra. What? There is a Canadian online pharmacy trying to sell you Viagra? How come we never see those ads here in Canada? Oh, I know why. Because it's illegal in Canada. Not the Viagra, but the trying to sell you stuff like online like that. What else? Yeah, the duct cleaning, duct vent, and yes, in most homes here in Canada in general, I think we're pretty much all forced air heating systems, usually using natural gas. There are some places that are still using heating oils and stuff like that further up north, where it's not economical to have gas lines put in, that kind of thing. So very, very interesting when you get to that. You know, you look at other areas, and Iceland, as one of them, is unique with their geothermal heating, and that's pretty cool. Or warm, actually. Something that also, you know, I look at, you look at different countries and see how the infrastructure is. And here, of course, in Edmonton, all our gas lines and everything are buried underground. Yet you go to Russia, all their gas lines are all above ground, which is really weird. So it's kind of strange that way. No, it really hasn't fallen in very much, Maria. There is a little bit of what we call gunk or chew marks on the top of that cone. And I don't know if that's actually well, it is fairly recent because it was leveled out again yesterday. So, but I know what you're saying. It looks like right in here we see some chew marks, and we can see them on both sides, right? So I'm thinking that's what you were referring to. Chew marks, chomp chomp, chew. Looks like somebody took a bite out of it. It was the rock monster came and took a bite. So he came in there real quick while we weren't looking and had a nibble. Guess he wanted some fresh lava. I guess that's back lava. Get it? Back lava? No, never mind. I don't know if you guys are Greek. Fun. Okay, brown wire. Okay, got that. Let's see. It's to do with the permafrost in Russia, I think. And yes, you're right. Well, the permafrost or heaving was the issue, because they, in order to bury it far enough down, your gas lines, they would have to go almost 14, 15 feet, so 5 meters down. And that's really not feasible to put a gas line down in the ground that far. So they decided to go up over top and around it and above it, right? So very unique to see. It's just like when you drive into your driveway, you have a height restriction because you have a gas line running out over top of your entryway into your property, kind of thing. So pretty cool that way. I get calls from America saying my internet is being shut down as I owe money. I didn't even live in America. I live in Scotland. Well, okay, David, the best thing to do with these guys is when you get those calls is get them on the line and keep them going. Waste as much of their time as humanly possible. And then, you know, in the end, you can deal with it. It's just like I'm here in Canada and I got a phone call on my cell phone, which was the IRS, or Internal Revenue Service for the United States, the scam, the IRS scam that has been so talked about for many years already. Anyway, the guy phoned me up. Obviously, had no clue that he's calling a Canadian. And he's saying that I've got an error on my 401k, I'm going to go to jail and all kinds of things. And just to play along, I Googled to see what a 401k looks like, and I asked him where the error was and which line and all this, and I buttered this guy up, and I had him on the phone for at least an hour and 15 minutes. And after that, I asked him if he's actually an intelligent individual, and he says, "What do you mean by that?" And he says, "Because you've just been conned. I've had you on the phone now for an hour and 15 minutes, and that is an hour and 15 minutes you will never get back of time. And it also saves you from being able to scam others. So how do you think that is?" And then he kept on trying to tell me he's from the IRS. I says, "You know, you're a real moron, because I'm in Canada. The IRS has nothing to do with us." And then, of course, he used several four-letter words and hung up finally. But it was good, and I'm glad I kept the guy on the phone that long to stop him from scamming others. I know it's a noble act, but hey, somebody has to do it. And here now we get the ones. Oh yeah, I fixed those. Brown Warrior, I have to tell you about that. It was funny as all get out. And anyway, it was on a Sunday morning. I was renting a house not too far away from where I am here. And anyway, I had my dog Tuffy, and Tuffy, of course, he was, a puppy yet, really, but he was between a shepherd and a Doberman Pinscher is what he looked like. And what ended up happening, Sunday morning, 8:30 a.m., I was actually in the shower, and they rang the doorbell several times, not just once. And I thought, that's kind of rude. And anyway, my dog's going crazy. So, I run to the door. All I had on was a towel. And of course, I opened the inside door, and we have a storm door or screen door. And I looked out, and I seen the Jehovah's Witness standing there. There was 2 ladies and a guy. And what ended up happening is the one lady pulled the screen door handle open, and of course Tuffy, being the dog he is, wanted to bolt out. So of course he pushed out and lunged towards this lady. I had to grab his collar really quickly, and in the process, of course, the door opened, my towel fell off, and the screen door is a glass screen, or glass, you can see right through it. And hence after that, I got the dog back in, door closed, and had no other botherings from the Jehovah's ever since. So it was fantastic. Too much fun. And they darn near got bit. Yep, David Taylor, that's true. I actually seen a few of them, a lot of police officers get those calls. Yeah, the no sharing your number on the internet. Yeah, the don't share your number anywhere. Anyway, yeah, that was the end of my issues with the with the Jehovah Witness. They didn't come back ever since then. It was always gone. Too much fun. But I think that was the best one I ever had, though, is, you know, from that experience. And it was very innocent in the sense of, you know, we were doing our thing. Anyway, Eric Moss, welcome back. I tell them to leave. I love you, Outline Bob. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that was fun. It was Jehovah's Witness weren't being to my door after I asked them, sure, what do you want to know? Yeah, actually, usually, you know, they try real hard, and then when you set them in their place, they don't know what to say anymore. I remember as a kid, my best friend's mother, she was a devout Christian, and she was very adamant about her religion. And the Jehovah's came to her door, and she said, well, you come on in, and I'll let you say what you need to, but you get to listen to me. And she actually converted these two young Jehovah men, and they became Christians after that. So I thought it was pretty interesting. She did a heck of a job with them. Uh-oh. He was definitely Catholic. His Roman candle was lit. There you go. Good one, Brown Wire. And Eric, say hi to your wife. Always good to have some family influence in the background. Always nice. Thanks. No hug. Could you outline Bob? Yes, we can. Let's see if we we'll go to the Bob big screen, and there we go, and we will outline Bob. So for those who are new or just recently to the stream here, Bob is actually sitting over here. Okay, so that's kind of Bob's main vent, and then Bob Jr. was down here, and then the sprout that came out was on the wall, and that actually came out of there when we had that massive eruption a little while ago. But yeah, that's Bob down there. So when you're looking at it, that's how small it is, and you know, when we originally seen it, and of course, let's see if where I had that. Yeah, it was right here. So, you know, when you originally looked at Bob, like I said, you see the original footage here. Bob was on the side of a hill, right? And this is back in day one, and Ragnar is over on the left-hand side of that screen, so somewhere right about here, okay, is where these vents are. Whether it's this crack or that crack, I don't know, but that's kind of where it is now, and that's a monster that grew up long ago, and it's way up there. Okay, so we'll clear that back off. Go back to our actual stream here, and what has changed as of the last 24 hours. I don't think all that much. I see our cracks are getting a little wider in some spots. Or is that just a trick of the light? Actually, that definitely looks like that one is wider. And same thing with this one here, and it's more prominent. It all goes all the way through. So we could see some uplifting in there, which will be very interesting. So oh yeah, that hill brown wire, it's long gone. It's buried, definitely buried. Now it doesn't have as much lava sitting on top of it as the other area out in front. It may have 20 to 30 meters out in the lower portion of the valley, and I think there's probably only 3 or 4 meters, if that much, on top of that little hill, on the crest of it anyway. So it gives you a little bit of an idea. There is some on there, but probably only 15-20 feet in comparison to the other depth of, in some areas there would be 60 feet or so, 20 meters thick, in some spots. So it's kind of cool to see that. Marcible, welcome, Markable. I hope I said that right. Welcome back. And how often is it sputtering today? I actually haven't timed it properly, and I thought we were getting about 7 minutes out of it. But if somebody wants to do a little timing on there, we do have the clock showing on the right hand side there. As a reference, we can maybe use that. Guntag just posted a vid. He's atop the lava defense wall. Pretty pitiful compared to the lava. Yeah, I watched a couple. He posted two other videos earlier today, and I watched both of those, but I didn't check that lava wall out. It's about 6 to 9 times per hour. Okay, thanks, Thomas. Pretty cool. I can clock the next time it erupts. Yeah, Maria, if you want to do that, that would be great, to see once it goes from dead eruption to full eruption, or well, once it starts. So in between cycles is what we're looking for, right? So if you can do that, that'd be great. And I think I am going to have to take a little bit of a break. What? Who? Huh? Told you he would go if we asked Ed. Okay. Eric. Kunkel, you have yourself a nice evening, and you take care. And hopefully we'll see you on the next stream. We're going to be on for another 2 hours on here today, but we'll also be on tomorrow again. So hopefully you can join us then for some more action if you can't make it back to today's stream later. So see, question about Dr. Fox. Okay, I missed the question. A lot of fresh weight bearing down on the valley. Could this excess weight cause more fissures to open up underneath the lava? And we will kind of try to qualify that. Okay, so the weight of the lava is actually depressing it, and you are going to get some change in movement, and this is partially of what you're thinking. Some areas open more, some areas will close more because of the extra pressure on there. So if we are indeed getting more pressure and things are pushing down because of the weight, it's probably going to reseal some cracks or fissures that may have been somewhat open before, and it's like driving your bulldozer over top of it and packing it all down. So I think it's just going to allow the other areas, the pipes that are already in place and venting properly, it's just going to allow them to be more the main paths, if you will. So it's pretty cool. Hope that answers that. I wonder how it did, how it would feel to have a picnic on the ground and lava coming underneath you. Does it make a sound? Trembles before it pops up to the surface? Actually, yes, it does. You do feel movement, John Doe. And it's basically because of seismic activity. And a good demonstration is if we go back to that diagram. Within the diagram, you can actually see in some cases you're going to see, especially down here in number, why is that not rating? Come on, get my crayons working. Okay, so right here is where it says weak seismic burst signal, and again, this is seismic related right in there. So you're going to feel movement, and in some cases it may be smoother passing through than other cases. So you will indeed to see you'll feel some of that, and I think it's pretty neat. And again, it depends on where it's moving and how far away you are from the event itself. And of course, when you have something as big as this thing, when it starts rumbling, they were able to feel it over on Theater Hill, which is from the base there. I think they were saying 400 meters apart, and they can feel it over there. So that's pretty interesting to see. Very cool, if you ask me. Dynamic compression. Yep. Natural compaction. Well, it's dynamic compression. It becomes natural after it cools and just sits there for a while. But that's the other thing too. You got to be aware of a lot of the lava rock is very porous and has bubbles in it. And as if you looked at the stuff in Hawaii as an example, they crush up that material and use it for all kinds of different things. But when you have all the bubbles in it and that, it's fairly lightweight, right? So air and gases escape. Yep. Yeah, air and gases escape with those the compression, and you also have to wonder if that is creating backflow downward and back towards a volcano, that kind of thing. So there's like I always say, there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and you got to start looking at every last little element before you can kind of say, well, this is what it's doing. But you can get just the main potential ingredients of what makes things tick, right? But in a volcano, everything has something to do with it because everything acts on everything. Anyway, on that friendly little note, I'm going to take another break here, guys. For those who are just joining the stream or have just recently joined, I am your host, DrFox2000. It is day 57 of our Icelandic volcano eruption, and we've seen some interesting stuff over the past 57 years, days. So it's pretty cool. Anyway, I'm going to take a break, so don't go away. There will be more. We're going to run for another 2 hours, and I'm going to take a little bit longer break because I'm going to have a snack. So don't go away, and I will be back. Okay, guys and girls, I am back. Yes, Lextra Dexter, my microphone was off. I was taking a break, and very astute of you to notice that. And welcome to a few of the newcomers here. I see where Marbeco is back, and let's see, Fortis Chong Li or Lai, looks like Utah. Yeah, it does, except for the eruptions there. So that is pretty cool. And welcome back, Thomas. Hi, back. I'm Thomas. Okay, good. Thomas, we would have never figured out you're Thomas. But, you know, I'm glad you're here, though. You're a nice guy. Fun. How high is the volcano cone? And where do they measure it from, or how? That's actually a good question, both ways through. How do they measure it? Well, of course, they're going to measure it from the valley floor, but you need to have your maintained height from the beginning to be able to measure it properly, right? So when you go back to the beginning times and oh, that's not what I wanted to show. I wanted to show this one here. And you see over in the left-hand area. Oh, come on. Why is this whiteboard not working? Oh, there it goes. In this area, this is kind of where it is. Okay. So when you're measuring, you measure the height of Bob. We measured from the valley floor, right? Not from the top of this thing, because this is a hill in itself. That was natural earth there. So if we're looking at it, this is the point where you would be measuring it from, somewhere in the middle here. Mean elevation. So, you know, split the difference between the high and the low, and add 200 feet, or sorry, 200 meters above sea level, or is it 200 feet? I can't remember, but anyway, that's where you would measure it from, and that's Bob back on day one. So that's what it looks like, and we'll get us back to proper screen here, if this is the right one. Yeah, 200 meters. Yeah, okay, so that gives you a pretty good idea if it was 200 meters. But, you know, looking at it now, you definitely see how tiny Bob is. And that hill that used to be down here somewhere is like I say, it's buried. It's probably got 3 or 4 meters of lava sitting on top of it. So pretty cool. Brown Warrior, if the plan to have that dam there, even if it does hold it back for a little bit, what it may do is, like I said yesterday, it may allow the lava flow to build better tubes down to the northeastern valley, the Meridalia Valley, and be consistent with a flow going that direction. Although I'm not going to rule out that it could go over into Nat Hadji on that side, so to the south. You know, it may just get a blockage and we just won't see it. Matt John, welcome, and glad you could come in. Yeah, as long as you got your mask on and keep your social distancing, we should be all good. Lament for Bob. Yep. That's about it for this. Brown wire, and that's what it kind of looks like to me too. And the composition of that material isn't, I don't think, because it was originally from lava flows, and I'm thinking that material is fairly lightweight. So I don't know, because I don't have a soil sample, no way to tell, right? But if it was, you know, porous volcanic rock and stuff, it's going to be lighter than your standard sedimentary type rocks, that kind of thing. So it's interesting. It's interesting. And look at that sploosh out the backside here. That's pretty cool. But it's not shooting out as far as what it was before. And, you know, we remember it was way out here going into that hole that was there. So that seems to have filled up. Okay, got to go now, but we'll catch you tomorrow. Okay, Maria, you take care and have a safe night there, and we'll see you tomorrow. Yep, stream at 12 p.m. my time, or 1800 Iceland time is when tomorrow's stream will start. And I actually started the stream early today here because I was so late yesterday. I felt guilty. But we'll run for our 4 hours today here, and then some, and keep everybody happy. So pretty cool. Anyway, we're looking at some of those cracks that have developed, and I do see a new crack that is actually developed in the rock right there, which wasn't there a little while ago. So that's kind of neat and interesting, as well as the it almost looks like this one here got a little bit wider. Same with this spot. So that may be cooling down, and might have some lava showing up there tomorrow or something, and or maybe even later tonight. We'll see what happens. So okay, clear that off, and we'll go back to our 4 view and wait for our next eruption. Yeah, that's kind of hard to see with the sun glare. Somebody put a cloud in front of that, would you? That would help us out a little bit. Kim is going too? Okay. Oh, no. Maria is going. Okay, so bye, Maria. We'll see you tomorrow. Who has who blocked? Okay. Maybe I stick. Okay. Brown Warriors comments. Okay. Well, that's odd. Why would you not be able to see Brown Warriors comments? Unless somebody's got somebody blocked. We should be okay. I may have blocked Sue by mistake. Oh, okay. Yeah, that does happen. Sometimes we click the wrong buttons. So you guys can work on that. I don't think there was anything bad going on there, and if it's an accident, things happen. You know, as the old T-shirt says, it happens. Should like to solve the height debate today. Yeah, I wish I had a laser scope or something, I could measure. I mean, the distance from Theater Hill, if it's to the edge of Theater Hill, is 400 meters. As a guide, let's see if we can get on this other shot here. If we go here, okay, so if from here, my scribbler not working, come on, crayons, darn crayons, every time I try to draw on my screen it does that. Okay, so from roughly here to over here is 400 meters. Okay, so if you use that that distance and you turn that sideways, yeah, I'm thinking you're 350 to the top of that. Okay, height wise, from ground level to the top. That's about as close as I can figure it, 350 to 400 meters. I don't know if that's a good way of looking at it, but you know, if you take that distance across here, that's pretty much the same as this distance on the vertical from here to here. So I'm just doing a rough guess with what I see, so I don't know if that's the actual height there. Kim, sorry. Oh, Susan, he won't be able to see that if he's got you blocked, so let's do it this way. Copy, and there, I'll paste it here. Okay, just so you see what I can see you now. Sorry. Okay. He's already fixed it, Sue, so you should be okay. Yeah, I am. You're welcome, Kim. And you know, I'm just guesstimating that's where we're at, between 350 and 400 there. So without having an actual ruler or stick on the ground, it's kind of hard to see, but or even a level of some sort to shoot over top of the crater and get a height, right? So hard to see. All right. It's as tall as the tallest building in Iceland. Are you sure about that, David? And you're probably right. I don't know how tall they build them there. And hopefully, well, I guess they would have to be earthquake proof and all that nice good stuff. Very cool. You seem much closer than the other. Seems much closer than others, only say 75 meters. You're thinking it's 75 meters? Because I thought it was 400 meters between the two. From what Gutentag had said, I thought that it was about 400 meters across to the cone. Maybe I heard wrong, so that's possible too. But unless somebody's got some actual measurements there, that get out your measuring tape and get over there and measure it, we'll get some right things there. Just prawn rings and rolla cola. in Iceland. Okay. It's taller than the cactus in Iceland. It's taller than any cactus in Iceland? Frank, I don't know if you're 100% correct. We should research that and see how many cacti have grown in Iceland other than household plants. It would be interesting. No, that's way more than 75 meters. Yeah, that's way more than 75 meters between the two. I would think so. That was quite a bit of distance. I think that 78 meters is the tallest building. That's 220 feet. That about 20 stories tall. Something like that. That'd be cool. I wouldn't block you. You chat all the time. Or what? You chat all you want. Okay, no worries there. Oh, I think that was just a boo-boo there, guys. Don't worry about things. Arizona has a lot of cacti and random stinging bugs. Random stinging bugs? I've never heard of random bugs. Oh, that's a different breed. I'm just kidding. I do live in the southern Black Forest, and the hills I live on are like 600 meters tall and 950 meters above sea level, and it looks really like at least 200 to 300 or 250 to 300 meters to me. Okay, I'm assuming that's in meters. Yeah. I've seen it on the live feeds. Okay. Let's see. Give me a minute. Okay. You're gonna go step it out? Okay, that'd be good. Make sure you wear the asbestos soles shoes, because remember what happened last time. Those other ones were melting onto your toes. Anyway, am I anywhere near Medicine Hat? I am about 400 kilometers away from Medicine Hat, roughly. 400 kilometers, about 300 miles, roughly, something like that. 4-hour drive, maybe just a tad bit more. I don't know. Why do you ask? Just curious. Why do you ask? 78 meters. Okay, yep, 78 meters. So that volcano is definitely taller than the tallest building. Okay, DJ, mind your manners, okay? Because the way you wrote that is not very appealing. So we'll make sure that doesn't continue. All right, thanks. Okay, I see that the British Army do exercise. Okay, good. Their driveways are heated. Yeah, we have. I'm ex-forces doctor. Okay, cool. Brown wire, no worries. When we need somebody, we'll make sure we give you a call. Rick Van Yek, if I said that right. Where does the sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide from the magma? Where does if it's burned up organic materials that has tectonic plates gets pushed down. Okay, not sure if I'm understanding what you're asking here. Where does the sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide from the magma? That's naturally occurring recycled material through heat and so on. So it's going to be in there. It's gases that are within the magma itself. And the origins are from the recycled materials of the other plates that basically are subducted and recirculated. So just think of it as a automatically recycling planet, okay? And the stuff that may be coming up now could have been literally billions of years old and just been reheated and recooked and then now sent out. So we don't know. It literally could be a few million or a couple billion years old. We don't know. So that's kind of neat. Back from my run. Well, welcome back, Vernon, and hope everything is cool and you didn't blow a gasket or anything like that. Welcome, Tony Miller. I didn't see you sneak in the door, but billions of years, yes. It can take that long. It depends on how and where within the circulation of the magma down below. Okay, just to kind of describe it a little bit. So the carpet or rock that we live on is basically floating on top of the magma, and that carpet, or whatever you want to call it, the top layer, is the lithosphere. Okay, so now we have places where, like here, the mid-Atlantic ridge, where there are cracks and where the lithosphere is actually splitting, and it's allowing some of the magma to come up and actually generate new land in a way. So it is increasing the physical size of Iceland right at that point, and it's doing a fantastic job. But the other edges of that plate that are being, like the North American plate and the Eurasian plate, those other sides are actually being subducted. Okay, in other words, those are being forced down and they're going underneath other plates, kind of thing. So that material that is being subducted ends up recirculating in much the same pattern as what we have with our oxygen or air throughout the seasons. When we get our flows from the equator going upward over, so like we're getting the warmer air pushing further north when the tilt of the sun or the tilt of the earth is in the right direction, that type of thing, and opposite, of course, when it's more facing the south. So this is kind of the same type of circulation that you would have with your magma down underneath the lithosphere, and with below the lithosphere is the asthenosphere, which is basically your main body of magma, and that's where the circulation really takes place. All of it, of course, is referred to as the mantle, so that gives you a pretty good idea. Anyway, back to watching the volcano. I see a few others have thrown some names or my name in here, and I got to read back and make sure I didn't miss anyone or anything. I changed my name back to the original. Dr. Fox XTV was a temp name. Oh, okay. Yep, all right, no problem, DJ. The lithosphere, lots of spheres. Yeah, stratosphere. Well, the stratosphere and ionosphere and mesosphere are way up there, And music of spheres. Yeah, there's actually a thing called the music of spheres with some kind of performance. It was pretty cool. Wonder Fuca Plate is a great name. Yep, it is. And I'm not sure if it was some dude named Juan de Fuca that found it, but it is. And that particular plate is subducting under the North American plate. So, which is really cool. Hence the reason for volcanoes on the west side of the North American plate. Um, and at least it has some of that to do with it. So it's pretty cool. Anyway, I'm rambling on, and I do need to take another break here. It is 5 minutes after. No, hang on. 3 hours and 5 minutes of streaming, and I try to take a break every half hour. So, letting my voice cool off a little bit since it's so hot. Iceland sits on two plates pulling apart. Pushing apart, more like. Not pulling apart, but pushing apart, because as soon as they move apart, you get more lava coming up from the bottom, and that actually creates more land, and that actually is pushing. So, pushing both plates out the other way. So it's almost the mid-Atlantic ridge is almost its own little entity, if you will, in between the two, the wedge that keeps on giving. So anyway, guys, I am going to take a little bit of a break, so don't go away. I will be back in about 5 minutes or so. So stay tuned, more to come. Okay, guys and girls, I'm back, and Brown Warrior. Okay, that's kind of an interesting thing there about the flood, and the claims that they've made, and so on and so forth. And I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, but physically impossible. Okay. It just can't happen the way they described it. There could have been a localized flood. Now, something to throw in there somewhere around 9,000 years BC or 11,000 years ago, up here in Canada, what is now the Hudson Bay. That actually used to be a very, very large lake that was still sitting in the ice, and that ice lake basically broke its dam, and that it was billions and billions of gallons of water that poured out of that, and it went through the Great Lakes and outward through what they refer to as the St. Lawrence Seaway and that area. So when that happened, that raised the sea level and created massive, massive tsunamis around the world. And when we're talking about raising the sea level, it probably raised it by 20 or 30 meters in some cases. Anyway, that type of event would account for what they were referring to back then as a great flood, but it was far less a catastrophe on the planet than what they described it as in their biblical sayings. What they were referring to, that was, it covered the highest mountains. Even when you go back and turn back time and remove 2 inches per year from Mount Everest, there was still 25,000 feet. And it was apparently a bunch distance above that, according to the Bible, the water, according to what they said in those scriptures. One thing they didn't calculate out when they wrote that was the pressure that would be down on the rest of the planet and the crust of the earth. And the thing that they couldn't calculate or had no knowledge of is plate tectonics and the dynamics of how much that water would weigh upon the earth. And it's very simple. If you cover the entire planet with water, this planet's going to blow up, because that heat has to go somewhere. And you go ahead, dump a couple million gallons of water into this volcano as an example, and see what happens. So it's very, very hard to believe that type of a story, that we have that much water on the planet, and nowhere does it actually show that in any geological form of having that high of a flood. Whereas we can go back and we can see this flood that happened about 13,000 years ago. We can actually go back and go through the layers of rock and say, yep, there it is, and we can actually see it. So big difference between that and what the biblical stuff is. So it's kind of a thing. I'm going to leave the rest of that alone, though, because that's getting into the religion stuff, and I don't want to go down that route. But it is interesting, and also something else to bear in mind. When you see Africa, the northern part of Africa, what they're referring to as the Sahara and those deserts, that used to all be green, tropical, lush land with inland seas and so on. So back in the day, that's kind of the way that was. So Sumerians, yeah, that's right. They do start with the Sumerians, and It is what it is. Middle Eastern flood story there. But if you go back through any religion at one point in time, you'll find it. The kami of Japan, as an example, they had a flood story. The guys in China, their group, I'm sorry, I forgot the name. They themselves had a flood story, but none of these flood stories are at the same time, which I find very unique. Okay, so and what about the Greenland crater we found? I believe vaporized the ice caps impact, and that. That crater, they're not sure if that crater was actually, or that impact is actually what caused the melting there. It is a very unique thing to have seen that, because that kind of fits right into that ballpark time figure that they were talking about, the major flood that happened from our Hudson Bay area when that ice dam broke. And I'm almost thinking that the two events might have been part and parcel to the same time. So it's very, very interesting. Yeah, the Sumerians are gone. They were all dealt with and basically integrated to the rest of society, if you will. It's interesting, very, very interesting stuff. But yeah, those big craters on Greenland, that is actually very interesting. And there were also volcanoes on Greenland that got buried, so we may never ever see those. Climb every mountain. I heard that song before. The Scablands, etc. Yeah. I don't know if we call them Scablands, but yeah. Land that wasn't too suitable. Look at that sky. Yes, it is a pretty awesome looking sky. And I like it. Okay. And I'm hoping we're going to have another eruption pretty soon here. Suppose the Great Pyramid of Giza and Sphinx were built when that whole era was back and not desert. And for this, I'm kind of chuckling when you say that, because if you go back and you read the bookwork of just about any author that you see out there, if you recall, most of them will tell you the same story, is that Khafre, which was son of Khufra, discovered the Sphinx buried up to the neck in the sands, and decided that he wanted to make Khufu look good, and he had the face carved to Khufu's face from the lion's head that it was. We're assuming it was a lion's head or a sphinx face on it, anyway. And then they unburied the front end of it. So that means it was there 4,000 years ago, right? So they didn't build it; it was already there. Or 4,500 years ago, whenever the Khufu rained. I don't recall my history too well there. But same thing with the pyramids. They were saying that the pyramids were already there. So if that is the case, then who did build the pyramids, or when did they build them? You know, and we know the Nile used to go right over there by past the palace there in front of the Sphinx, and since then the Nile is now 2.5 kilometers further to the east, away from it. So things have definitely changed over there over the years, and you know, you put 10,000 years on the clock, and yeah, a river to move over 2.5 miles is not that big of a deal. So it's pretty cool to see some of that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking that the pyramids are older than what the standard archaeologists are saying. So just my own concepts or beliefs. Anyway, yeah, getting back to the volcano, it is pretty cool. Yeah, we are in cycles, and that is true. Earth always has cycles, cycles of precession, and cycles, 120,000 year cycles of orbit, influence, 256,000 years of another type of influence from, I believe, in Jupiter and something, when it goes around, pulls on Earth in a certain way, and it's all these orbital dynamics working together, and influences everything that happens on this planet. And our planet definitely goes through hot and cold cycles, and we are basically entering what's called the interglacial cycle. And Milankovic, yes, Ian, that's exactly it, Milankovic cycles. So yeah, there are all different types of cycles that we actually look at. So you know, when we're going through ice ages, things like that, every 110,000 years or something, we totally freeze solid, and then it thaws out again, and yeah, the whole planet freezes, you know. So it's kind of interesting, and you know, from that is how does life continue, right? So it can't have been frozen everywhere, but it can certainly change life and structure. And it's erupting again, and it looks so nice when we have that lava coming out. I love the lava. Are there going to be more volcanoes erupting in Iceland in the future? In all likelihood, since it is sitting right on the mid-Atlantic ridge, it will likely happen often. I like Caesar and Cleopatra did the tourist thing and went to Giza, looked back 2,000 years, looked like 2,000 years later. Okay. Yeah, Earth is a big snowball for a while, but and that does damage to our ecology big time. So when the planet freezes, it takes a while for it to recover, and of course, with man being here, we don't want it to freeze. Oh my God! Look what just came in the chat. Daryl, so happy to see you, Daryl. Glad you could make it. It's fantastic to have you on board, Daryl. And greetings to you, and a very good afternoon. Glad you could make it, Daryl. Daryl in the house, yeah. Hashtag Daryl in the house. Perfecto. Pretty cool. So, all right. Hecla can start up at any time, and it's overdue. Catla is also overdue. Hey, how come you got such nice, easy names for those? Hecla and Catla. That's so easy. That's cheating, Thomas. How come you guys give those short names and then these other ones you give them really long ones? Catla is the biggest one. I don't know. Northern Hemisphere filling up with lots of sulfur dioxide at present. Marabunga next. Okay, I don't know. Doc. Simpler times. Yeah, simpler times. I believe it, Thomas. I do believe it. People didn't want to get too complicated. And that's the way it should be. Keep it simple. Hey, that was weird. Screens went funny there for a second. Okay. Helen, welcome from Montreal. Glad to have you on board. I agree about the flood story. I had to come off for a bit, but paused it. Yeah, no worries, Brown Warrior. Yeah, it is interesting when you go look at the levels and what we can determine, where those levels were. And unfortunately, we don't have a super good accurate date on them, but we get into the ballpark, and we aren't able to produce date and time, but general vicinity. So within a few dozen years, right? And when you start looking at that, you go, okay, well, there may be some merit to it. And the levels of water increase. It's always fun. There's also the thing that, when we look back at the change of the geological change in North Africa, which actually happened around that same time frame. So one of the things, of course, I don't know if you are familiar with some of the silica that is actually melted into glass that's laying out in the deserts. And that is one of those things that is of contention. How did it get to be molten? And we know it needs a certain amount of temperature and degrees to cook and globulate, if you will, over the years. So, I mean, what happened there? Did we all of a sudden get a heat flash of some sort back at that time that caused that? Because that glass is what they're estimating that it's about that same time era that they're finding in the Sahara now, so and the northern parts of Africa. So it's very, very interesting to see. I had a Scandinavian folklore teacher named Grimm. Not sure why I took that class, but it was interesting learning about Sami people. I haven't heard that for a while. Interesting. Nipping out for about 30 minutes. Be back soon. Okay, Brown Wire, no worries. Alien and dumping the glass trash. I don't know, Daryl, if they were dumping their glass trash or if they were just flying too low over the sand and they started cooking it or something like that. It's really interesting to figure out, though. It would be nice to know what actually caused it. Oh, I got more email. Atomic weapons is about it, and there was no craters, scars from impacts or meteors. Well, we didn't necessarily need, Nigel, we didn't necessarily need impacts from that. We could have had an airborne a meteor come in and blow up, just like Tunguska, where it basically it blew. You had an event that had a certain amount of energy and it blew big time over a certain area. And Tunguska, they were saying that 1,500 kilometers or 2,000 kilometers away, they could hear the thing. So it had a lot of energy and knocked a lot down. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see if we would have had something like that, without a crater. And it is doable without one. So we're going to leave it as that, but you never know. Mini Nova, October 16, 17, what? In 2046, Doug votes. Okay, cool. Daryl Docs, did Daryl, aliens dumping glass? No, what else did Daryl say? Okay, what is nipping out? I am not sure. That must be one of them funny terms they use over there. Oh, okay. I will have a look. And sorry that you got meetings and stuff, but no worries, Rob. Appreciate that. And so that's why my thing was going off. Okay, so let me double check here. And yeah, I will have a look at that, Rob. Thank you very much, and we'll see what that entails, and we should be able to throw that in here when I get my next break, and we'll line it all up and make things happen. So why is it taking so long to load, though? Let me see. Okay, anyway, we'll make it work. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. It's an actual volcano meeting, quite exciting. We'll tell you all as and when. Okay, cool, man. That would be really, really interesting. I would love it. Okay, and discombobulate, disassemble, vortism, nipping out is basically making a quick trip or be right back. Yes, but we were wondering what, it was actually a special name for something specific. Wrong one. Okay. Okay, Fortis, I'm not sure who you're referring to. Doc Spurlock was, okay, the teacher and turned regulator during the Lincoln country sale or country cattle wars in New Mexico. All right. Doc Spurlock. Okay, yeah, don't know who he was, but that's all right. We'll have to investigate that sometime when I got time. It's interesting. The volcano has that built Bermuda is like no other on Earth. Yeah, that's another one of those ridges, and Bermuda kind of shares some resemblance to our wonderful Iceland in a way. Okay, Bruno, welcome back. Glad to have you here. Frank, you're stepping out for lunch, or are you nipping out for lunch, or are you going to nip some lunch? Either or, enjoy your lunch, and welcome, Bruno. Okay, cool. I see our ejecta is bubbling, and the old lava pot. And I'm liking to see that. That's pretty cool, guys. Okay. Sup. The AA Lava Lovers. The AA Lava Lovers meeting. We take it one day at a time, kid. And welcome. Titus, welcome as well. Do you think they can divert the lava flow with that wall? They will hold it back a little bit with that. When we look at that wall, we know that the lava and Mother Nature are mighty. And that little lava wall may stop a little bit of flow, and that may be enough just to hold it back and cause the back end to continue to flow down into Maridalia in the northeast, right? But if it isn't, and let's maybe go to a map here. Actually, what's this? No, that's not what I want. Where'd I put it? Too many things on the go. Right. Come on, turn that off. Okay, so if we go into this map here for a second, and this is a little bit older, but couple days back, so we're okay with this, but it'll show you here what we were looking at. Oh, come on, push. Why is this so slow? I did reboot my other laptop this morning and managed to get everything working properly on it, but I don't know, I'm thinking this thing is starting to get sluggish on me. So looking at that map, you kind of get the gist of where things are laying. No disassemble. Johnny Five is alive. Yes, I remember that movie. I laughed hard when I seen it. Stephanie. Also gold in Greenland. Yes, there is gold in Greenland, and I'm Sophie, there's a lot of gold underneath there, but there's also very, very thick layer of ice on most of it. So if you want to get rich, you can. Just got to do it. Anyway, yeah, so our wall being here, and if it does stop the lava, what they're hoping for is that this builds up a little bit and kind of cools off and lets the lava continue to flow down into and recirculate here and fill up Maridalia, right? That's, I think, the idea, and that gives them a bunch of breathing room. But what can happen, and I don't want to sound like a pessimist, but we could have one of those big chunks float down here somewhere, and then all of a sudden park itself here, and that will cause the flow then to come this way, and that little wall is not going to make a difference. So depending on how much lava is on the move, right? So that's what we got to keep in mind. Very cool, very interesting, and very pardon me, very cool and very interesting. And I had to sneeze because I got the window open, and I do have allergies, so with the fresh air blowing in here, it's also blowing in a little bit of pollen. And I'm happy to tell people that yes, my pink tree outside is actually, the buds are starting to open up on it, which is really cool. Let's hope Iceland has more quality engineers with sturdier design. Kim, I don't know if they need a sturdier design in that sense, if they can accomplish steering the lava down into Meridalia for a while, and that gives them a chance to think or do something with the lines that are going along the bottom edge of the valley there. So I'll see if I can put that shot back up there. In the meantime, I'll put you back on the split view. Cherry trees, no, it's actually, we're not sure exactly what kind of tree it is. It has some very, very beautiful, beautiful flowers, and they look similar to cherries, but they are not. It is a crabbing type tree, and it does have a berry of sorts with a very hard pit in it, but they say if you eat them, they're poisonous. So I'm not going to eat them to try to find out what they are, but I know some dogs and cats, they don't touch them. Very few birds come in to eat them, but they will eat the bugs in the tree. So tell you about my gold claims. Well, I don't have any claims right now. I let the two that I had, I let them both go because there just wasn't feasible for me to have those. And the one I did extensive testing on, and determined that there was not enough there for me to bother with, and the other one was a very small area because it was pinched between two other claims, and they were both mineral and gold claims, so it was actually just a very small area. It was a bank of a river, but I was able to get a little bit of gold from there, and I thought, well, it's nice, but this is going to change, and because I'm also a gemstone hunter and stuff like that, I thought I better just let that go. And because the other claim, he had the mineral rights, and he did express objections to me having the rights for the gold. But so anyway, did you get that jade, BC jade? Yes. What's that? Well, the BC jade, because we have different types or colors of the BC jade, but you can always tell a jade stone compared to others because it has translucent qualities. And if you look, like in some of the river systems, if you go to the Fraser River as an example, you'll find jade stones or rock that are black in color, and if you take your flashlight or something very bright and you hold it right up to the edge of it, it'll actually fluoresce slightly, and you can tell whether it is in fact a glacis type jade or not. Now, we do have different types of jade. It starts with K. I can't remember the name of it. But darn. And it's fairly dark and almost looks black. rather than the green. There are other areas you go further up north, you get more of the beautiful lighter colored jades, right? But southern BC, it's usually the darker stuff. So you got to hunt for it. Does bilberry come from that tree? Oh, that's punny. That's punny. Eating it will make you bankrupt. Yeah, I think so. It'll empty your nephra. Yeah, nephrite. That's it. Um, Jadeite, nephrite. That's more of a blackish looking stone when you see it on riverbanks and stuff like that because it's been worn down. But you can always tell because it's usually got a shinier gloss to it than most of the other stones, and it's fairly easy to spot that way. But they're far and few between. You do have to go hunting for them if that's what you're after. The eruption, which began March 19th, is the first one. Rykens Peninsula is more than 8 centuries, and it has been nearly 6,000 years since the last activity at the precise site. Well, David Taylor, I'm going to ask you, how do you know it was 6,000 years ago? Were you there? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Uh, Volcanologists have predicted that the activity will continue for several months, not decades. Well, that is, it's possible. It could be several months, could be a year, could be 2 years. As I keep saying, because of the variable nature of a volcano, it could shut down tonight and we won't ever see another spurt of lava coming out there for the next 1,000 years. So it is what it is. I was there, Grandorf, 6,000 years ago. Love it, love it. Cool. Uh, okay, Bruno says, I did not live enough years to relent that now. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Lots of fun, guys. Anyway, I think I'm going to take another little break here, and then I'm hoping my thing finished loading up. Oh my god, it did. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, hang on. I'm going to turn the microphone off just for a minute, but you guys are going to like this. Rob, it loaded. It took a little while to load. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will be back in about a minute, guys. Okay, so we are going to push this live, and this is a very new map. It is a 3D map, and it is very, very cool. So give me a few seconds here. I gotta put my split screen back to normal, and then I am going to manipulate the map. So as you see, the white area, if we zoom in a little bit, oh man, I love it. Okay, now you can see straight down on that area. Okay, this is beautiful. That is very, very beautiful. And this is thanks to Rob, RLC. I'm not sure who actually made it or designed it, but this is pretty darn cool looking. Okay, we already all know where our red dot is, and let me see if I can get my thing to actually show my mouse on this one. When I want it to show, it should. Okay, so my mouse as a pointer, you can see where we're pointing. All right, so that's pretty cool. And you can see the lava path down here, and this is where they put the dam to try to stop it. So, and this is a little bit higher over on this side, so zoom in. Who said zoom in? Thomas wants to see his house again. I don't think his house is on here. No, his house is not on here, sorry. We can't zoom into his house. But what we did want to look at was the drop in this area. So this is the area that they've blocked off. So they put the berm across here. So that still gives us a ways to go. No, don't rest in peace, farmer. We're not going to worry about him. He's not getting hurt. And here you have some elevations. You have 300 meters on here, and I don't know if we had elevation on this other one here, Theater Hill. No, it didn't say, which is all right, but let's see if we can zoom out a little bit here. And Meridalier, it looks pretty cool as it flows into there. And of course you can see here the line that the fissures basically in the volcano has created. So if you know, I'm still of a guessing that we're gonna have something back here, but you never know, since our primary shot is right here. And this is pretty cool. So yeah, very, very cool. Thanks, Titus, and we need to say thank you to our good friend Rob, and he's done a bang up job with this map, or at least getting it over to us. So I'm just trying to get myself oriented here the right way, and just looking at the area that could potentially be covered. So yeah, in that valley we're going to get all the way through here, and yeah, this will probably be the exit here. That looks like a low point. Okay, so if it has to come all the way around, that's what's going to happen. And Yeah, it looks pretty awesome. And then on the back side here, what we're looking at is this here, possibly, right? So if it does push down, it could go uh, this way, and then it may flow into Nadhaji this way, or it could flow over in what do they call it? Nadhaji Ja Creerdle. Creerdle? I don't know what that says. I'm sorry. I messed it up. Okay. So, anyway, that is awesome. So very cool. Love it, love it, love it. And being able to see the coastline too is pretty cool. All right, so let's get my orientation back here and zoom back in. And oh, actually wanted to slide it over this way. And Grindavik is down just off, I guess, off the corner, and we can't see it. So it'll be around the bend down there somewhere. So very cool, and I like it. That is a fantastic looking map. So gives you guys a pretty good idea. And if we zoom out just a little, we can pull it back or read up here. It's all Icelandic, and I'm sorry I can't read any of that, but looks cool. All right, so we'll get back to our volcano though, but this is just absolutely awesome, guys. And let's see what our volcano is doing. It's being quiet. Very, very quiet. Okay, so I did say I was going to go take a break, but because we had looked at that, and I kind of had to bring that up, and that is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I will be back in a few minutes, guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you haven't hit the like button yet, by all means, give it a bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet and you want to see more of this content in the future, we'll be streaming again tomorrow from 12 noon till 4 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, or if you want to go from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or from 1800 to 2200 Iceland time. Anyway, I am going to take a little break right now. My voice is really starting to crack, as you can probably hear. And I will be back. Don't go away. Okay, I threw my microphone back on here, and yeah, that other camera from mbl.is is still buffering. And yes, Thomas, I noticed the feeds are all a little bit on the fuzzy side, from what I'm seeing here on my end. And it's partially due to light, I guess, and the way things are being rebroadcast. Also, if you guys are seeing a little bit of a fuzzy picture, do check your settings. Make sure you're on 1080. I am streaming in 1080, and that sometimes has a bearing on the subject. Not always, but it is interesting. Okay, this is the most primitive lava that we've seen since the last ice age, some 10,000 years ago, said Edward Marshall of the Institute of Earth Sciences. And yes, this is fresh from deep down in the bowels of the planet. You know, it's got a pipe coming up from way down. So we figure that plume going down underneath Iceland is somewhere around 200 kilometers down, which would be well through the lithosphere into the asthenosphere, or the edges thereof, and picking up very fresh material, as in recycled lava, which will probably have traveled somewhere down, or magma that's traveled somewhere down almost close to the outer core area, and then slowly worked its way back up in the circulation. So it is very 20 kilometers down, while the actual plume base is way down. But this lava itself, 20 to 30 kilometers, I can understand that, Thomas. But what we were looking at before was the total size of that plume that they determined is underground underneath Iceland is somewhere a 200 kilometer height roughly. So, but yes, I will agree with that. But it does have to come from way down underneath. So 20 if it's 20 kilometers down, that's still a long way down, and a lot of heat that's definitely built up. And it is what it is. I just spent 2 days debating, is the earth flat type person. Brown Warrior, I can assure you the earth is not flat. Seriously, it's not. Trust me on this one. We know this. I'm an amateur radio operator, and licensed and everything with my advanced license, and I did a lot of satellite work, which are LEOs, or low Earth orbiting satellites. And the only way the calculations for your orbit will ever work out is if this is a globe. If it is a flat piece of land, orbital dynamics are out the window. So, besides, you would never have nighttime if the Earth was flat, okay? You would see the sun dip, but you would never see it set. And that's something that flat earthers just don't seem to get, because your horizon, it would always be above your horizon. So it's kind of unique that way. Anyway, I want to see if my other thing is still buffering. Let's see. Yeah, that other camera is still buffering. That's too bad that it's doing that. And yeah, that is even worse now. Fuzzy on this one. Why is it so fuzzy? It makes me wonder what's going on here. Well, we are in HD, so I don't know why. Just out of focus. or something. Something. Okay, yeah, this one is in focus but still buffering, so not much we can do with that. And did you see, Doc, where the flat earthers did the experiment that proved the earth is round? Actually, kid, I did see several of them, and the guys basically put their foot in their own mouth, and I thought it was just absolutely tremendous when I did see that one. That was funny as all get out. So, yeah, this planet, I can tell you and I can assure you, it is round, just like every other round body in the in our solar system. Nature appalls a flat surface, and will gravity has a tendency to turn things into spheres. That and a lot of time. So it's pretty hard to consider it to be flat, but whatever. I'm not going to go there. Okay, love the footage of that. Can you imagine your morning coffee and looking out of the window and seeing the lava flying a few meters away? Yeah, that is pretty cool. I wouldn't want to be too close to a volcano, though, in the sense of living too close to one, because there's always risk involved, guys. Always risk. Yeah. Hollow earthers. Ah. Oh. Now that's another concept. But you know, when you talk about hollow earthers, I mean they have this concept of the entire Earth being hollow. But again, if you take into consideration mass and weight of what we have here, it can't be hollow. It may have some voids. It may have some big caves down there, but definitely not hollow. Okay, so that's pretty good. One flat earther tried to prove the Earth was flat by flying with a jetpack or something, and he crashed and died. Yeah, I heard about that one too, Jeffrey. There was another one that he complained and said there's no way that you could see the curvature of the Earth, and he did go up in a MiG-29 over in Russia as a tourist, because a friend of his bought him the ticket to prove to him that the Earth is round, and the guy went up and he seen the curvature of the Earth for himself. So it changed its mind. And it's amazing what $25,000 flight can do for you, but I guess it worked for that guy. So very, very cool and interesting. Yeah, those jetpacks look like they're fun, but you know, there's still not enough fuel on board for some of the stuff. I don't know which ones you're referring to, Fortis. The ones that the Navy, the U.S. Navy, is now using are pretty cool looking. They're the ones where you have the two jets in each hand, as well as the ones strapped on your back. So kind of a strange way of flying around, but it looks cool. The only thing with that is if you move your hands or your arms, you're redirecting yourself into a different area, and it's always little difficult to fly that. I mean, if you're on a mission trying to kill somebody or something, and you want to shoot a gun at them, how do you do it when your air surfaces are actually what are attached to your hands, and you're controlling your flight that way? So a little hard to have free hands. Okay, let's see. Discovery Channel did an experiment with two flat earthers using a helicopter high power telescope and 6 miles on a flat calm day. Okay. And what happened? How shocked were they when they seen the helicopter disappear from the view from the far bank whilst hovering 20 feet above the ground? Gee, I wonder why that would happen. Brown Warrior, that's exactly it. So your typical flat earth type ground level, after about 60 miles, you lose sight of the object because it is going beyond the curvature of the earth. And so when you get a little bit of distance put between them, all of a sudden things start to disappear, right? So it's very, very cool. Yep. Okay, the jet guy who flew alongside the big jet on Fly Emirates, I think he's just called the Jet Man. Yes, Fortis, that's the same guy who crossed the English Channel with his jetpack way back when, and he did a pretty awesome job. His rig, though, was slightly different than what the U.S. Army or Navy, I think it's the U.S. Navy, what they were using. A slight difference in design. His was more of a wingsuit with the 4 engines on the back, whereas these other guys had 2 engines on the back, as well as 2 smaller engines in each hand, basically, to control your surfaces and fly. So that's what I was seeing. Very, very cool, though. These mini jets, I mean, they can put out a good chunk of air pressure, so for you to get enough get up and go, it's pretty awesome. Jump jet type jetpacks, I see. Yeah, there's different types, and they are all, really kind of neat and coming along in their design. And soon we will have flying cars. Don't you worry, guys. We're gonna have jet-propelled flying cars. It will be awesome, and I want one. I want to be able to fly down to the 7-Eleven. Okay, and for those who aren't in North America, 7-Eleven is a convenience store where they sell different things like Slurpees and the like. Okay, latest eruption just started, yes. And it is spewing out pretty good. And General Lee gulp. Yep. I was going to check on the other one, see if it's still buffering. And unfortunately it is. I wonder why. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, I got it to stop buffering, so we'll put it back onto our 4 channels. Okay, well, let's hope it doesn't start buffering again. Oh, I see the clock is way off on it, so it is, it's lost connection. That's why. If you look at the clock, it says 21:32 on there, and we are actually at 21:52, so pretty interesting. Let's see. Oh, for heaven's sakes, the old logo is still the same as 7-Eleven. Okay. Thank heaven. The old logo is still, yeah. They built the drone as a drone that is piloted. Actually, Brown Wire, there's all kinds of drones that are piloted, and also some very interesting, what they call drones in the sense of personal flying drones. some of them that I seen was the one was that sports drone where the guy was doing the flips and stuff like that, and I thought, my God, are you nuts or whatever? But he was able to literally flip the aircraft and continue flying, and it was awesome, really, really awesome to see. So I thought it looked absolutely cool. The thing had, what was it, 12 engines on it, 12 electric motors. It was, if you're looking at it, it was the one that was black with yellow trim on it. Yeah, it may be a German guy. Yeah, I'm not sure if it actually was. But it did really, really look cool. And there's some other ones out there doing the same thing. I mean, of course, they're trying to build up their skills, and you know, like all of them. You have Hong, which is one of the ones from China. There, he's trying to do his thing. You've got the guys in Germany there doing that. You also have the other guys in Germany doing the Evo helicopter, which is pretty cool as well. You know, so there's a lot of stuff happening as far as flight, and it is interesting and it's nice to see. But I'd like to be able to take one of those and fly it around remotely around the volcano. Now, one of the things, some of the larger drones, that you can have them so they run in an almost autonomous mode. You can pre-program them, and you could actually have them doing daily checks on stuff like this on the volcano to go flying around, that kind of thing. Boy, that buffering is driving me crazy, so we will put it back to the other screen where it's not buffering, but it is fuzzy. My apologies. Yeah, that sunset looks nice, so maybe we'll put it back on that one. That's this one here. I'm not sure if that's going to work either, because that's really silhouetting everything right now. I wish that thing wasn't buffering though. Try to refresh cam 1. I did. It didn't work. Let me see. I'm going to do that again. I'm going to put it back to the other one here, and I will refresh and see what happens on that other page. And oh, now I got them both buffering. Okay. And no, the one still went back to 2132, so it definitely has an issue. I think they've lost connection, and they're probably running RP MP or RTMP type stream. And if you lose your feed, it's just going to sit there with the last frame and buffer, right? So it's doing what it's supposed to, but it's not making us happy, unfortunately. So let's see. Dr. Fox disclaimer: the jet board crossing of the English Channel had to land on a boat halfway point for fuel. I didn't realize that. No, I thought the one that I seen, the guy was able to fly across, and it was like 5 minutes or 7 minutes or something when he flew. That was the one that I watched, and I'm not sure if that's the same guy, Lexter. So, but jet board. No, this guy had the wingsuit. He had the 4 jets on the back with the wingsuit. So if that's the same one, I didn't know that he had to refuel halfway. I thought they said that he had something like 12 minutes of fuel, and it took him 7 minutes to get across there because he was giving her. But hey, it might have been a different video or something. Always curious about those types of things. I do like airplanes, and I do like jet engines. Jet engines are really cool because they're so neat, but you got to be precise with building them. Otherwise, you very quickly find out you've got nothing but kibbles and bits in your nacelle, if you will, as the things fall out from altitude. Anyway, guys, we are at the 4-hour mark, basically, for my stream. And it's actually 4 hours and 25 minutes already that we've been running. I am going to 20 miles in 7 minutes equals 171 miles per hour. Yep, that sounds about right. Yep, he was whipping along pretty good in a wingsuit. And anyway, I'm going to take a little break here, guys, and hopefully I'm going to try to refresh that other page again, see if we can get the buffering to stop. But it looks like they may have dropped the stream somewhere along the way, or they've got some issues with the camera. We'll see, and we'll work our way around it. It is starting to get a little bit darker out there, and the sun is just about set, that I can see in the other frame. So I want to see some of the lava glowing before I shut down tonight. So don't go away. If you guys want to stick around, we will watch that and see what we can do. Not that smart. They lost. Okay, who lost? Without the wings, can't stop. Better without engines, nothing can stop. Yeah. All right. Anyway, guys, I will be back in a few minutes, so we'll continue the stream, and don't go away. And Werner von Braun was smart though. He helped NASA. Okay, I'm going to tell you a little story about Werner von Braun. Where he used to live, Werner von Braun actually went to the same school as my grandmother. She was 3 grades or 4 grades ahead of him, but he was in the same school. And back in the day when they were launching the rockets and stuff, when Werner was still young, even my basically my mother, of course, who was very, very young at the time, after Werner started, school was all done and everything, and it was starting to get part of just before the World War II started, Werner was shooting up rockets all the time over in that area on the northeastern part of the island there near Pindamunden. But the South Island or Southeast Island, that was actually all family land from our side. And Werner von Braun, of course, launching his rockets, we always got the sirens. They got the sirens there, and when he launched, everybody had to come out of their house and go lay down in the ditch. And this was right at the beginning of World War II. So it was very, very interesting. And this is a story that was told to me by my mother, of course. So, we do have a little bit of a connection there with Werner von Braun, with, being in the same school and everything. Very cool. But I just thought I'd throw that in there. Hitler thought he knew everything, but you know what, Jeffrey, let's not worry about Hitler, and let's just leave that alone in that sense, because it's we're not here to bash people, right? So anyway, that was my little story there about Werner von Braun, and I do respect the man. Um, was he related to Werner? No. Eva? No, they weren't. They were not related. Different. Werner von Braun. It's von Braun is the last name, not Brown. So the difference there. Okay, anyway, guys, I'm going to take that break. I will be back and watch that. Look at the lava shoot out of that. That's one of the bigger eruptions we've had this afternoon slash evening so far. That looks pretty awesome. Anyway, I will be back in about 5 minutes. Don't go away. Okay, so now you know what I was eating. My Pringles chips. Oh my God, I got crumbs all over me. How could you guys let this happen? Sugar-free gummy bears. Tom, no, thank you. I'm all good with the sugar-free gummy bears. You can indulge all you like. I'm gonna stay away from those. A moment on the lips of lifetime. On to the hips. Okay. Maybe mislabeled the stack of jalapeno flavored. Yeah. No, these ones are definitely sour cream and onion. No jalapenos in here. If there were jalapenos, I'd have to be very careful because that actually does kind of get to your stomach real fast, especially if you have Crohn's disease. So you got to be careful with what we eat. Certain things don't bode well. Anyway, while it's doing its thing there, I was going to throw our wonderful 3D map. Oh, hang on, where'd I put that? No, that's not it. That's our little Bob when he was baby. Ah, there's my 3D map. That's what I was looking for. So yeah, guys, in case you haven't seen this yet, this is the new 3D map, and as you can see in the middle here is where our volcano is located. The areas, of course, in white are kind of depicting where the lava flow is. I think this might be just a little shy by a day or two as far as the actual flow, but it will be very close, and it's interesting. So Nadhaji Valley is here, and our fall area right in this area, that's what we were looking at, and that's where they built the berm up here, or dam, whatever you want to call it, earthen dam, and it looks pretty awesome, and we can see pretty well. Now the other thing is if that flows from down does push through here, they have another opportunity to block it off down here in this area because this gets real tight. So that's another possibility if they need extra time to slow down. And as we spin around, of course, you look at Meridalia up here in the north, and that's pushing full of lava, and it is very, very cool. So I like to see that. Okay, I'm just trying to read what's going on. Anyway, yeah, it all looks pretty awesome from the 3D perspective here. So very, very cool stuff, and I like it. So we've got one of the cameras is up here, and then the other cameras, of course, I think there's some here or here, I believe. Anyway, gives us a pretty good view, and when we're looking straight down on top of this, the other camera being back here somewhere, which has been watching this all the way along, so it's in a good location there. And yeah, it does. Okay, I don't know what's wrong with you, DJ. Camera 3 is stuck. Yes, Sophie, it is. It's not moving. It hasn't done anything for us for a bit. Anyway, so this guy right here is our Theater Hill, and they haven't depicted the volcano on here as per se. I guess that's just for depiction, just to try not to clutter it up too much, otherwise we're going to end up having too much there. Anyway, Gives you a pretty good idea of what it actually looks like there, guys. And this is really an excellent map, and we're liking it. So anyway, we'll go back to our volcano, and we'll see, are we still buffering on the oh, we're blinking on one and buffering on the other one. Okay, they're moving the other camera. I don't know why, but they're definitely moving it. Interesting. Yes, Sophie, colors too. Very cool. Hey, they fixed the other stream. It got up to time. Right on. I'm happy to see that. Okay, in that case, then we're going to let it run another 15 minutes or so here. I want to see the next couple of eruptions and see how things are ticking. But anyway, that 3D map, very cool, and enjoy playing with that. We're going to definitely bring that back up. And yes, Sophie, it is a very cool map, and the makers did a good job, if you know what I'm saying. So very cool. And yeah, I like it anyway. Okay, so we see a whole batch of lava stuck out on this side here. I don't know why it looks like tentacles hanging out. Yeah, it's tentacles. We'll see how that goes, and it's starting to goo together. The ooey gooey goodness of lava. I love lava. But I am still thinking about the t-shirt thing, and still pondering the contest thing. And the contest thing kind of got ruined by our dam that they put in, but we'll have to see what we can come up with. The fresh flow on top right, is that new flow? Yes, that was just came out in the last ejection there, Brown Warrior. Thanks the maker. Okay, yeah, and they did a very good job, Jeffrey, and I am thankful. Oh, now we got another one buffering. All right, what the heck are they doing? Maybe they, oh, now we got both of them buffering. What the heck did they do? What the heck did they do? All right, we'll get rid of that. Yeah, I don't know if that me refreshing is going to help, but I'm going to give that a whirl. We'll put it back on the other one here for now, and watch the ooey gooey goodness flow out. Okay, one came back. Let's see if the other one will come back. No, still buffering. Yeah, baby Bob. Bob was such a nice little guy. And he's still there, but, you know, he's looking like he's not going to make it pretty soon. So, hopefully he will. Okay, things came back on, and we'll leave it on there. Oh, some interesting diamond-shaped lens flaring going on in the bottom left camera. Very cool. And Love the way that's bouncing out of there. And we see a moss fire in the distance on that camera. So I'm not sure if you guys can see that. That's over here, and it's going to erupt, but we'll let it do its eruption and we can watch it. So very good. Damn the dam. Yes. Play with the camera wires. That's probably what's going on. Somebody stepped on the camera wires again. Yeah. Oh, it happens. It happens. Yeah. That's pretty cool looking though. I like it. Prince Albert once said, damn, damn, damn. Okay, I didn't know that. And did they build one, DJ? And you know what? Like, I don't want to sound weird, but when you look at the bottom right picture, that looks like a heart. Doesn't it? I think it looks like a heart. So from that angle, from way back. So pretty cool. I like it. Oh, that was Prince Andrew that said that? Okay, Brown Warrior. Yes. The old ticker. The volcano's heart. Bjorg sang, all is full of love. If you say so. I never heard that number being done, so I don't honestly know. Anyway, guys and girls and everyone else, I am your host, DrFox2000. If you just recently came into the stream and you see all these fine people making comments, you are very welcome to do so. We do keep a fairly clean chat and a fairly interactive chat with the audience. So if you want to throw in a question or have comments, by all means, you can do that. We won't ignore questions as long as we can see them. If you want to ask me a question directly, please put DrFox2000, all one word, together just the way the channel name looks, and that will turn it red for me in the chat, and I can easily see you guys. So it's really nice. Bjorg also sang, it's so peaceful until. Okay. You don't have Prince Albert in a can. We'll let him out. We'll let him out. Okay. Well, I don't know what Prince Albert is doing in a can, guys. There's a teddy bear face in the wall. Really? In the wall? In the backside or the inner wall or the outer wall? Brown Warrior. Moss fire is getting out of hand. Yeah, it's burning a little bit more there. Definitely. It's all right though. Flying spaghetti monster, left screen. Okay. Yeah, we can actually make that one bigger now since it's working again. So somewhere in there, a teddy bear. Top left cam, and that's what we're looking at. Top left cam. I don't see it. Maybe we need more lava. We need more lava in there to be able to see it. No, Prince Albert is a city in the province of Saskatchewan, to the east of me. But we have here a St. Albert, just on the north end of Edmonton. It's also another little city of sorts, if you want to call it that. Let's see, inside the Volcano Cam 1, I see it. You see it? I'm having trouble seeing it. Maybe it's just my poor eyesight. I'm looking at it full, and yeah, my pareidolia, I don't know, is not working well enough right now. Top left cam, that's what we're looking at, David Taylor. That's what's on the screen. The heated area, okay, inside, yeah, that's what we're looking at. I do see a couple of eyeballs, or whatever, if you want to call them that. Anyway, this thing looks like it's about to erupt again, so we're getting the cookers starting to shoot stuff out. It's not quite as wide as it was before, but maybe that'll change if the veracity increases somewhat here. And yeah, it is getting a little wider. And okay, it's getting a whole bunch wider. And man, is that stuff flowing out of there now. Okay, so now we're back to what we're supposed to be, which is pretty good. Poor eyesight, you need vitamin A. Yeah, vitamin A and vitamin E. Just ask my bunnies. Oh, look at that. That is just awesome. Okay, why are we getting digital freeze up? Okay, camera's hanging a little bit. I don't think there's no teddy bear in there now. Okay, so now we see all the drippings starting to fall back in the inside walls there, which is always interesting to watch, and you end up seeing the entire mass of whatever just got flung out onto the walls, basically is dribbling back into the chamber. Or back into the vent. Yeah, looking for the right word here. But yeah, we're at the 5-hour mark with the streaming, so I did want to see things go a little bit more dark before we give up on things. Wanted to see the actual lava flow out here, but we still have the moss fire happening over on the right hand side, and we're starting to see some glow in the foreground here. So I don't know what it's doing, but hopefully it will pick up a little bit more veracity again, and we can watch. Oh, the teddy bear. Oh yeah, now I see the teddy bear. It's there. I see it. Okay, let's go back to that camera. And for those of you who don't see it, I will try to draw it. First I'm going to see what color I got. Okay, yellow. That'll work. So, whoop. Why is that not working anymore? Okay, here's the ear. Something like that. We had some eyes. And here's your nose. So, somewhere in there, guys. I think that's kind of what you guys were seeing, I hope. And we'll put it back to get my chicken scratch off there. So, Mr. Iceland, tear down that wall. Kim has the ability to translate volcanic hieroglyphics. Well, I'm glad someone in here has the ability to do that. That's pretty cool. So, glad you can. All right, back to the multi-view here, and things are perking pretty nice. So, yeah, I'm going to take another little break here, guys. We'll let it run. I've been on for 5 hours and 2 minutes, and we will continue to let this live stream run for a little bit longer. And oh my God, if I wasn't looking at that, but if you say so. I don't recall seeing that. No. I'm still seeing a bear. That's okay. We'll leave it be. I'll go back to the multi-view. Okay. All right. Give me a few minutes, guys. We're going to leave this thing going. So, ready for 3 more. Okay. 3 more breaks or 3 more volleys of the eruption. Anyway, yeah. It's a family channel, guys. Careful. Koala bear. Yeah, koala bears are soft and fuzzy. All right. A Canadian Jehovah's Witness, what? What was seen cannot be unseen. Dr. Fox said a Canadian Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, well, they can't unsee it now. They'll have to poke their eyes out. Okay, watch the eruption. I will be back in a few minutes. All right. Who ate the bear's eucalyptus? This is the question that's on the table. We need answers, and we need them quickly. Anyway, for all those who are just joining or came late or whatever, we're getting close to shutting down the stream. Going to run another 20 minutes. So we're actually doing 5 hours instead of 4 today, which I think is plenty fine. And I see some faces in here that just came along. Cynthia, welcome back. Glad to have you here. Titus 310, always good to have you come back. So great stuff. And it was the other smooth-brained bear over there. Oh, it's a smoothie. It's a smoothie. Let's look at the bear a little closer up here and see if he does look a little bit grumpy, doesn't he? Looks like he's got a war wound just above his right eye. Some kind of a scratch or something. Anyway, if there's other people that have popped in here and I didn't mention your name and you were in the chat, I do apologize. I try to acknowledge just about everybody. I see Bob is here. Drop Bear. Okay. And all those people who have come in, and if I didn't see you and didn't mention you, like Sharon Price, don't be offended. Kelly Jacobs. Let's see, who else? Anyway, if I did miss you, I do apologize, but welcome to everyone. And we're looking at Ragnarok on day 57 of the Icelandic volcano eruption. So we're doing our thing. Loving your stream. Thanks for all the info. Miss Pelot. Pelot or Pelot? Either or. But anyway, welcome. Glad you enjoy it. Ilsifer, welcome back. Glad to have you here as well. Oh my God, Warrior. What did Warrior do now? Someone's seen has been erupting in my bed. Oh my God, Brown Warrior. We don't need to know that. TMI, okay? TMI. Pello, okay? It's French, sounds like Pello. Ms. Pello. Bonjour, Ms. Pello. And no, I don't speak French. Je ne peux pas parler français. And we're about to erupt again, so we'll see what happens to our bare face this time in the background there. We see the bare face. Let's see. The bear is getting a face wash now. Maybe that's why he was angry. Boy, that really pushed out there. Ooh, that's oozing right out the funnel or the vent area. The exit. The exit isn't big enough. Holy, look at that. That is too cool. Release the dragon. Ah, that's almost what it's like. That is shooting out there pretty good. Very, very awesome. Bear's getting a facial treatment. Well, we'll see if it's still got a face after this. That was splooshing out of there pretty nasty like. Plus we got a little bit more build up on the corner there, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see too well. This little chunk here was not here earlier, so that's just built up a little bit. Very, very cool. Thanks for your service, Doctor. No, you're very welcome, Titus. It's all good. All good. Loving doing this, so it is really, really neat, and I enjoy looking at the volcano, and streaming it is lots of fun. Waiting for a collapse. It's so exciting. Ms. Pello, as far as the veracity of what's coming out of there, we need more taller action if we want to see some of the bigger stuff on the top collapse. Right now, all it seems to be doing is rebuilding a little bit. Although we do see some of the chew marks up top, they've actually filled in some of the little wedges already. They were actually a little bit steeper up here, and it's kind of filled in. So we're getting a little bit more build up. This hole is burned out a little bit more. But every time it erupts and it drops a little bit on here, this stuff is building up a little bit more again. So it depends on how much pressure is being pushed out at the time, and that kind of thing. So yeah, the bear is still there in the back. We see it. I have the right to bear arms. I am a bear. Okay. If you say so, D-Day. Gamers don't die. They just respawn. Okay. Very funny. Volcanoes don't collapse much. What the heck is going on here? Oh. I got some stupid ad from my editing software. Why would that come up now? It's dumb. What was I reading here? I can't get enough of the sugar crisp sugar snaps. Keep them going strong. Okay, cool. Volcanoes don't collapse much. They just get taller. Yep. But it is always nice to see a decent collapse, and sometimes, depending on the volume of ejecta, things heat up, as we've seen in the past, and we can get collapse areas, but we also get wash through areas like what's happened in the top right, as an example, when that area got washed out, and we got all that lava flow going out that way, and then for a long time we had the hole sitting up there where it was submerging and turning into lava tubes somewhere underneath there. So it is always very cool to see that. Looking in the bottom left screen, we are seeing more lava with the red in those areas, and that is pretty cool. So and also we're seeing a lot of smoke from the other side over there, so that could still be grass, well, not grass, but moss fires going on the edges there. As the height in this area in here is all increasing, it's going to lift up, and it's going to start to scorch the edges, right? So that's likely what that is over there, being scorched somewhat. Okay, your editing program decides it was your turn to get ad interrupted. Oh, really? Seems that it's the story of our lives now. Everybody wants to sell us something. But you know, the problem with that is you have an automatic reaction to the ads and you close them before you even realize what the ad was. At least that is the speed at which I close them. So, okay, let's see. What else? Hi, Snowman. I've been sitting here on the side. Helen B., welcome back. Glad you are in here. And a few, okay, a few partial collapses thus far have been quite spectacular to see. Yes, even the partial collapses are very cool. I'd really like to see some big chunks fall in, you know, sizable, but that could be detrimental, right? The big pieces could cause it to do something like that, only about 20 times more. So that's pretty awesome looking. Very cool. Yeah, they must be having a little bit of bandwidth problem with that camera. It's hesitating a little bit, but anyway, 14 months of lockdown and Ted has hit the Fireball whiskey. Oh, Fireball whiskey, eh? I wish I could do that. Man, that is throwing out lots of. See, that type of ejecta, when it's doing that, that's what builds the comb back up. Because before, when you see the really, really violent ones that are going up 300 meters into the air, that is one thing. But when you see the shorter ones like this, you know, they're only 50 or 100 meters above the cone itself at maximum. The velocity isn't there. It plunks back down and starts building the comb back up, and that's where it does a really, really good job at rebuilding the whole back wall. Yeah. Daryl says, good night, Dr. Fox 2000 and all. Time to hit the road. Everyone stay well and be safe. And Daryl, you stay safe as well, and take it easy, and hopefully we'll catch you on tomorrow's stream. If you're around, would be great. In the meantime, stay safe and keep on trucking. All right. And we are getting close to our 5 o'clock goal here. So I am going to slightly wrap it up. I want to go through the cameras in a single format again. And we're going to just look here. Okay, that's our split view. That looks pretty awesome, pretty hot stuff on the left side there. Those cracks are still fair sized, but they haven't done much. So I'm not going to worry about them. I think that's just cooling cracks. And when we look at this nice long range shot, we can see over on the left hand side that our dam that they built has not broken yet, and that's right over here, and it looks like it's still holding. We do have new moss fires here, and of course, as I was saying, along the edge here. And that is due to the fact that the level is rising in this entire area, right? So this is all getting deeper and deeper and deeper. So as long as it keeps getting deeper, we're going to see those little fires on the outside edges. So that is pretty cool. And let's pop to the next one, and this is that longer range shot. You can see that it is going. Oh, why is that not? Oh, there we go. Not working yet. It will. Okay, so back down here, you can actually see the stream, and that's heading into Maridalia up in the northeast there. So if that develops a little bit bigger, that may relieve some of the pressure over in that area, right? But if, like I said before, if we get a big chunk blocking it here somewhere, that could really backfire, and it could build up and all end up going that way again. So those are potential things, but we don't need to worry about them. For right now, we're just gonna look at it, and yeah, there's that bear, and his nose got bigger or something inside the cone. Pretty cool, guys. So I like it. All right, and then we will look at the backside. And that picture's still a little fuzzy, but then again, we got to remember we are looking over a very hot area, and it may be causing it. Plus, I think that the camera is a little bit out of focus, so not so easy to do sometimes for the guys when they're doing it remotely. Beer stung with drilling fireball every 5 minutes. Here. Okay. All right. Well. Every 5 minutes, eh? Well, I can't drink, so I don't need to worry about that. All right. So what we will do, we'll throw back on, I think, the entire works here. And I will leave it at that. And by the way, we have the nice little shot up in the top corner. I don't know if you see it, but that'd be the moon way up there. And here we go. We got a nice volley here, and hopefully that'll look pretty. Yeah, it seems like it was a little bit more frequent than the last one, so wasn't checking. But anyway, guys, yes. So because I am going to get ready to shut it down, let you guys know that tomorrow we will stream again from 12 noon Mountain Daylight Time, or 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And that also equates to 1800 Iceland time, and we'll probably run for 4 hours, so from 1800 to 2200. And that's kind of the idea, from 12 noon on here till 4, or from 2 till 6, and from 6 till 10. That ought to confuse you. Anyway, Iceland time, 6 p.m. tomorrow night, which is 6 hours difference in here, guys. So I thank you all for coming, and I am your host, DrFox2000. I hope you all take care, stay safe, and have a very wonderful evening. And please go tell your loved ones you love them, for tomorrow is never promised. Good night, everyone. Hey guys, I'm just looking at the screen here. We need 2 more likes. We want to get to the 150 mark with the likes. Anyone who hasn't hit the button yet, hit the like button. Hit it, please. Trying to get it up there. And thank you very much, everyone, for coming to the stream tonight. And we'll be back tomorrow at 12 noon my time, which is 6 p.m. Iceland time. And we'll see you all then. Thanks a lot for coming, and take care. And push that button, the thumbs up.